So you're good, man. Sorry.
Ms. Turney. See if she's ready to go. Are we ready to get started? Okay.
Have you been watching much of the Australia?
Yes, I watched an incredible match last
The
night.
Chillick?
No, I watched that one too, but I also watched Baby Fed. Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here, especially our police officers who are in the house.
Hi.
It's always a privilege to have you here. Thank you for being here this morning, gentlemen. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I see that former Councilman Paul McKenzie is in the audience, and it's always a privilege to have you here, my friend. Thank you for being here as well, and I'd ask you to lead us in the pledge.
Mr. Vice Mayor, calling the roll for the Reno City Council and Redevelopment Agency Board. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber, absent at this time. Jardin?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Shivi, absent at this time. Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. Transitioning to our first item today is public comment. This is a reminder to all those giving public comment today, your time is limited to 3 minutes. We ask that you address the council as a whole. Do not address them individually or anyone else in chambers. As a reminder, please be respectful. Any clapping, stomping, or argumentative behavior may result in you being given a warning and then asked to leave chambers. Please be respectful while you are in this room. First to speak today is Chief Jason Soto, followed by Jonathan Bulwer, followed by Cesar Manera.
They've never walked up here before, so it doesn't matter. All right, well, good morning. For the record, Reno Police Chief Jason Soto. It is my privilege this morning to introduce to our council and our city manager our newest members of our executive staff. To my right, first we have Commander Sean Garlock. I want to tell you just a little bit about them and their careers and how they got to where they are, but Sean has been instrumental with our department in terms of operations ever since I began my career. He's probably best known for his time in SWAT. He's worked the street for over 20 years, and he brings a wealth of knowledge and information to our organization. We're happy to have him as part of our team. To his right, we have Commander Tim Donahoe. Some of you know Tim Donahoe, who worked here in our Internal Affairs Division for many years, but he's also done an a large amount of work in terms of training and bringing law enforcement to the forefront of just technology and techniques and ways that we do business. He's a professor over at UNR. He teaches criminal justice over there, and another great addition to our team. And then our last person that I want to introduce is on the far right is Commander Zach Thu. A lot of you know Commander Thu worked in our robbery homicide division for a large portion of his career, really handling some of the biggest cases that Reno Police Department's ever been a part of. And we feel, our executive team really feels, that with this variety, it's a great fit for the Reno Police Department, not only today, but moving forward. So I am happy to introduce to you our newest executive team. I want to thank this council and again the city manager for affording us these positions. It's very important for an organization of our size and a city that's growing the way Reno is to really have a structure and an org chart that looks like what you see in front of you today. So thank you. Thank you for your support to the Reno Police Department, and have a great day. Can we get a quick picture up front?
Chief Soto, while we're lining up the picture, I just want to thank you for your leadership and your consistent support of these gentlemen. I think I know all of them personally, and they are Reno's finest for sure.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Jonathan Bulware, followed by Cesar Manera, followed by Tammy Holt-Still.
Good morning, City Council members. Just want to congratulate the two officers on their promotions. It's really good to see. My name is Jonathan Bulware. I'm the Nevada Regional Vice President for Jacobs Entertainment. But today I'm here to talk about the Downtown Reno Partnership. I've had the honor of serving on the board for almost 2 years, and I got to tell you, it's a real privilege to serve with people that are committed to promoting a safe, cleaner, and more attractive downtown. But what really warms our hearts is the fact that it's a privilege to work with a group of people that are willing to sacrifice, to be a part of the solution, to help others that have little to no resources, especially our homeless population. The real heroes are our ambassadors. I know you've heard about our ambassadors before. I've had the opportunity to speak to them on several occasions. The last time was at our Christmas party on December the 18th. And I got to tell you, they will talk about the numerous transactions or interactions they've had with guests in downtown. But where their hearts really warm up and where our hearts warm up is when they talk about the hundreds of people that they have personally walked to the homeless shelter because they didn't want to just give them directions because they felt like they wouldn't get there. Or the 70 people that they referred to long-term care. And of course, the 4 lives that they saved. We have a lot of initiatives on the bid. I'm going to talk to you briefly about 3 of them today. We're really excited to announce in early February, we'll be sending out our survey to the UNR students. We always talked about doing a survey to understand what would attract them to downtown, but the Wolfpack Tower kind of accelerated that process. That survey will go out in early February and hope to get a lot of respondents to that so we get a better idea what they like to see in downtown. A special thank you to Dr. Shannon Ellis, Vice President of Student Services, for making that happen. Also in November, we had our first town hall where we invited business owners, business leaders, property owners, and residents that live within the bid to hear about what we're doing, have an opportunity to ask questions and to meet us. And I'm happy to announce our second town hall will be on March the 5th. So we'll get another opportunity to invite some of those same people to dig deeper into the types of things that we're focused on. And lastly, I sit on the maintenance committee, and one of our major projects is to beautify Virginia Street between 1st and 6th Street. And part of that process is to light the trees. And we're getting closer. I know we probably have heard this, but I think we are going to finalize this project by, I want to say the end of this week, but I'll say the end of next week. But we're getting really close. Some of the trees are lit, looks very nice. By the time it's done, it's going to be a very, very nice project, but very nice completion to that beautification project. So thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Cesar Manera, followed by Tammy Holt-Still, followed by Kevin Miranda.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, Reese, and City Council members. We're excited to start our second year showing up here and asking God just to bless our elected leaders as first responders, our community in general. And we try to make a point to be here because we believe that it's important to bring God into the picture independently of how God looks for, everybody. If you would join me in prayer, I will be glad to pray with you guys. Father, in the precious name of Jesus, as we start this new year, 2020, I am sure that people are full of resolutions, visions, dreams, goals. And Lord, as we include you in our lives as a part of it, things will definitely go well. We thank you for our elected leaders. We understand the responsibility that is on their shoulders. And we not only expect from them, but we also pray for them. We pray for their welfare, their marriages, health, finances, families, protection. And not only for them, but for every person that serves in our community, first responders, officers, firefighters. We pray for all the civilians that serve our city. We pray for every person in this community, school teachers, principals, anybody that is serving, we pray for them. And we pray for the community as a whole, that your blessings would continue to pour out. And as we face challenges that come as a result of growth, that you would grant us the wisdom to know what to do. Again, Lord, keep your hand, your protection, and your blessings in our community. In the precious name of Jesus. Amen. Have a great day.
Tammy Holt Still, followed by Kevin Miranda, followed by Paul White.
Good morning, Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley, Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. Last time I was here, the last time I spoke, I felt disrespected, that there was an issue happening over in a corner. When it caught my attention the third time, I finally had to address it, but I was the one that was chastised for addressing the situation instead of the person running the show. To make you understand how us residents feel, the city of Reno, its representation, we need to reduce that down so everybody can see, are not open and transparent. As you have before you, I've submitted a copy to you guys. Your councilwoman, Bonnie Weber for Ward 4, is having meetings with developers, but not including the citizens in it. This was put in my mailbox over the weekend for me to find. I feel that the city of Reno, between its staff looking down on us and ignoring what we have to say and being rude when people are up for public comment, council people doing this, meetings being canceled, we still, in 2 months, have not had another water management meeting to address the situation out there. Everything's come to a complete standstill. This has been 3 years now. We have citizens that are still out of their homes. The courts have told you guys, no, you were at fault. Instead of saying, okay, we were at fault, the jury found us guilty, no, you took it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, no, you keep going the way you're going. It's staying the way it is. It's time to change the way this city runs. And I'm sorry if some of you think I'm being a bully, but we have been bullied. We have been left out of the loop. Our lives have been destroyed because of the city of Reno and the development and the greed to have that development instead of dealing with the situations before you. It goes right into the lands bill that is all of a sudden coming back up and the little moles coming out of its hole so that there can be more development out in Never Never Land where there's no infrastructure or anything else. This has got to stop. You need tax dollars, you need to grow, but you don't have the support to grow. And you have affected unincorporated Washoe County residents, and we have no say in any of you. And that's got to change too. So if there's anybody out there that would like to have legislature, there's a good one for you, that there be some reason that when there's a line between the city council or city and county, that those people that are being affected have a voice, because we don't have a voice right now. All we do is come here and you nod your heads. I'm frustrated with the whole thing. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Kevin Miranda, followed by Paul White, followed by Tim McGivney.
Good morning, council members. My name is Cadet Colonel Kevin Miranda. To my left is my Vice Wing Commander, Cadet Colonel Melanie Acevedo. I am the North Valleys Panther AFJ ROTC Wing Commander, and today I'd like to thank you for the consideration of the donation to the program. A little bit about our program is that we have roughly about 175 cadets. We are the only Air Force JROTC in the Washoe County. With that being said, I want to say that our mission of JROTC is to develop citizens of character dedicated to serving their nation and their community. And I'd also like to say our core values: integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. A program that we have that supports this is our CLC program. It is a cadet leadership course, and it is offered by our program. It is to develop these characters of leaders and to help our future generation grow as a unit. So, yeah, sorry. Thank you for the consideration of the donation. And if it's okay, can we get a picture with you guys?
Absolutely. Let's come on over. Thank you for being here, the both of you, and we're really excited for your program. Our mayor has a habit of saying, future mayors in front of us, and I'm honored that you're here with us today. Let's take a picture over here.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Paul White, followed by Tim McGivney, followed by Paco LaChoy.
Paul White, QOL Reno. There's a lot of things the community around Whitaker Park would love to be doing this Sunday morning. Barbecue, being with their kids, playing in the park. Unfortunately, the activity they have to do is a large-scale citizen's arrest because the city council and the police department, the same chief who sat up here congratulating himself and his officers, absolutely has refused to enforce the law and protect its citizens. The park is overrun. It's Ward 5. Ms. Jardin, that's your ward. We'd hope you'd be there. Nothing has been done in over a year of asking the police. The promise was on January 2nd, the park was going to be clean. They didn't show up. They made no explanation for it. The number of camps has gone from about 2 to about 15. In the area of the little kiddie park the Lions Club put in there, it reeks so bad of urine by the steps going down to the camp that you can't even use it. People have these vagrants running through their backyards. What exactly is left to a citizen when their police department and their city council refuses to enforce the law and protect them? Go out to North Valley this morning, a nice strip mall's under siege by about a 20-member gang of vagrants who laugh it off, break into cars at night, go in and soak in the hot tub in the gym there that's trying to make a go of it during the day, laugh off any attempt to do anything. The city's got absolutely hundreds of people sleeping by the railroad tracks this morning, 5 feet off it, no effort to do this. The question becomes exactly when do you stop taking self-congratulatory pictures and having ridiculous end-of-year state of the city addresses with a $1.2 billion debt and start doing something about this crime issue other than having that secret meeting you had a week ago this past Monday where you agreed not to have the cops arrest anybody homeless until after the homeless count to make sure you don't lose any money. And finally, the gentleman who spoke there representing Downtown Reno Partners, there's no shortage of resources in Reno, as we just proved to you in the last 30 days, getting anybody off the street and employed in 72 hours. And talk with the ambassadors, we do. They're frustrated as heck because nothing happens. They don't get arrested. They go to this joke of a community court and an equal joke of a municipal court we saw yesterday, where we took half a dozen people who had been living up in Miss Weber's district for over a year, cost thousands of dollars for the owner to clean it up, and what happens? They got nothing. They got a suspended sentence, no fine, no anything. You've got to try to answer. People in Reno, we would hope seriously you join us Sunday morning, 6 o'clock, go on the QOL website. Their park this week, your park's coming until things change.
Tim Givney, followed by Paco LaChoy, followed by
Tim McGivney with Quality of Life Reno. Mayor Sheevy isn't here, but if you're listening, I wanted to let you know, you mentioned having anxiety over social media. I wanted to let you know that I've been praying for you and for you about that. And just to let you know, maybe read Psalms 37. It gave me comfort in some of the stuff that we're dealing with. And then to go on, I want to say I may be naive, but I'd like to see you be the mayor who puts aside political agenda and solves homelessness. I'd like to see you be the mayor who decided not to replicate programs and policies that have failed in every other city that it's been tried. I'd like to see us work together and heal our city, because what we're doing now has real consequences. Some of those consequences are the fact that you're not going to move anyone for 3 weeks so as not to mess up a point in time count. That's using homeless people for monetary gain. We know that the more federal funding you get for, the bigger the problem that there is. I wanted to bring up the fact that out in North Valleys, you have squatters camps that are preying on the community, stealing, sex trafficking, running drugs. On one of the camps that we're going into to get them off this guy's private property, a 17-year-old girl came out on meth, being sex trafficked up there. It's not just they have nowhere else to go. This is dangerous situations with real consequences. Here's some of the pictures from that. Some of the pictures from what's going on in the camps there. Why is that upside down? Oops. There you go. This is the trash and everything they're leaving behind. Leaving the one property owner, it was $25,000. I think I mentioned that he had to pay to get his property cleaned up. Then on other private properties, we're hearing that Hillary Sheevy changed the policy. They're saying that they can't do anything about the illegal camps on their property because Hillary Sheevy changed the policy. RPD told us that their hands are tied because now Hillary changed the policy. That was the quote there. Meanwhile, they're robbing the store blind. They're breaking into the cars at night while people are in the gym trying to use it. This is just something that we can't ignore. We can't play politics on. These are people's lives. Enforcement saves lives. I was homeless and on the streets and addicted to meth. And nobody saved me by giving me a sandwich or saying that you just need to stay in a place like in that picture there, and that's good for you, and no one should bother you. No, they need to be bothered. There need to be consequences. We need to get this taken care of. People's lives are at risk, and here's a few more pictures. Another girl being sex trafficked was living in that tent trailer. Other junk. Part of the $25,000 cleanup there. Some more of the junk cars that they just leave there when they're done with them.
Mr. Vice Mayor. Our next public comment is from Paco LaChoy, followed by Brett Belkey, followed by Michael Pitkin.
Good morning. I'm Paco LaChoy, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Reno Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and I've been tasked by the committee to promote and develop our communications program as part of our strategic plan. The year 2020 is very special to our committee, as we were created in 1995 to advocate for senior issues, to advise the City Council, to promote senior events and activities, and to improve the lives of Reno seniors. The committee reaches the milestone this year, and we are celebrating our silver anniversary. Communication is the key to achieving our goals and letting seniors know what's available. So during our anniversary year, the committee is hosting a series of outreach events, one in each of our city's wards and one at City Hall to represent our at-large ward. We hope to start these in February, with Ward 2 being the first, Ward 4 being in April, Ward 1 in June, Ward 3 in August, Ward 5 in October, and the event in City Hall planned sometime in late July when it is our anniversary on the 25th. Whether you call us senior citizens, elders, or older Americans, currently our demographic is estimated between 35 and 37% of the population of this area, and it is expected to grow by at least another 100,000 over the next 10 years. Our committee has been talking to seniors all over the city in various events that we attend, and we found out that in the city of Reno, we called something senior services when actually it was simply senior recreation. So we're trying to separate the two so that people know where services are provided, which are provided by the county. We hope to make our outreach events in each ward an annual event so that we can stay on top of what senior needs are, and as we grow, we can keep a handle on it. Also, we have to look towards the future as millennials and others that are dependent upon their phones and internet and things like that, that a lot of seniors on fixed and low incomes don't have, we'll be able to move in that direction and keep people informed. Being part of neighborhood services where communication and information dissemination is a key, our committee has been working very hard to change things. We've created a seniors page, so if you go to reno.gov/seniors, it is now talking just strictly about seniors. It directs people to Parks and Rec, it directs people to Marshall County Social Services, it directs people to our committee, it also directs people to Senior Discovery Television. So for our event, we have a rack card that we've created for SDTV, which to promote them, because most of the people can only get SDTV through the internet or on charter. We also have created a website, an email address so people can reach us at seniors@reno.gov. So I hope to meet with every one of the city council members over the next couple of weeks as we finalize our thing. Thank you.
Paco, thank you for everything that you're doing for our community.
I don't know how this works.
We'll turn it on for you over here. But I just want to thank you for all that you're doing for our community and our seniors. I think all of flip that around just a little bit, and excited for the 25th anniversary year.
And this is our logo and our pin for our 25th anniversary. Council will get one as soon as they arrive. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, next public comment is from Brett Belkey, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by Mark Markell.
Good morning. My name is Brett Belkey. I'm the ambassador for Rescue 22 Foundation. Rescue 22 Foundation rescues, trains, and provides service dogs to veterans free of charge. So veterans who come home with PTSD, TBI, amputees, we provide them with service dogs for absolutely free. It's really good work. And I just wanted to use this time to thank the city council members for their generous donation and support for Rescue 22 Foundation, and I hope it continues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Out of context, but I just wanted to thank Brett and his father, who was a former retired Reno PD. We got to talking at a coffee shop, and how amazed I was that our youth are involved and engaged in considering our community, especially our veterans. So thank you, Brett. Thank you to you and your family for all the good work that you guys do, and continue to work and supporting you guys and sponsoring. So keep up the great work. Appreciate it.
And Brett, I just want to add thank you for the work you're doing. It's always exciting when people are passionate about the issues that they're passionate about. If you would meet with my liaison and Councilmember Jordan's liaison outside and just get some information, Councilmember Jordan and I would like to be able to know a little bit more about what you're doing, and perhaps we'll have the opportunity to meet. And Tess will come over and join you outside in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Michael Pitkin, followed by Mark Markell, followed by Heather Matthews.
My name is Michael Pitkin. The man who warns you means you no harm. My sister Deb was a policewoman. She married Jim, who was sheriff of LA County. In 1980, Deb and Jim moved to Hidden Valley, and in his retirement, Jim worked for UNR Police Services. Jim's sons, Tom and Andy, are California Highway Patrol. I have law enforcement history in my family. I do have perspective. It is my understanding that right now, other jurisdictions are experiencing and using 100% of their public safety dollars going towards retirement. As more and more baby boomers head into senior years, these retirements are going to hit every budget. There is going to come a time you probably will not be able to afford to arrest and incarcerate individuals who use street drugs. Today, I ask you to give me one building in Reno to perhaps do a Department of Defense study on those who use street drugs. Establish a harm reduction program, perhaps modeled after the Senior Citizen Advisory Council senior care programs. Critics say they are not going to support suicide. I disagree. They said the same thing back in 1970 about wacky tobacco. I would like to see a housing program where practicing addicts meet once a month with a social worker or nurse. They start with a survey, and after a year take another survey and discover in that time what helps to keep a person housed and developing better self-care. It is not about forced abstinence, but rather about sobriety and constant contact, stability. Sobriety and breaking recidivism has to be willing and has to come from within, not forced. I do accuse Nevada, Reno, and Washoe County of financial human trafficking. This body has financial budget disparities, biased in some that are overly budgeted, and at the same time lacking in others, which is causing harm. I accuse this body for using vulnerable people to help pay the paychecks for judges, lawyers, law enforcement, corrections, etc. Do you think there would be as much crime here in Reno if there were adequate budgets available to assist people in finding and keeping jobs instead? Thank you.
Mark Markell, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. Mr. Vice Mayor. Anyways, I'm here today to warn people and show people what can happen when you drink and drive and get in the car with a drunk driver. When I was 24, I got the car. We drank 4 gallons of wine in 2 hours, and we are on our way to get more. And we are doing 100 miles an hour, and we rolled. There was a car exiting the freeway, and we rolled 8 times. We sort of missed it, of course. I'm sorry. Anyways, I just want to warn people and show people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver or drink and drive. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Heather Matthews, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Dr. Levins.
My name is Heather Matthews. I'm a graduate of California State University with a Master of Science degree, summa cum laude in counseling. I'm also the winner of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. For the last 3 years, California State University has been interfering in the publication of my book, Walking Between the Shadow and the Light. They have been paying bribes to just about everyone, including the publisher of the book, from which I got compensation back after filing a fraud lawsuit with Wells Fargo Bank. I had a case that was in district court and it was moved to Supreme Court in Carson City. And after 5 months and paying $274 after I was told I couldn't file any more motions in the district court, I got a letter that said, now the case is going back to district court. I think this may be a good thing because I never had a chance to present my case. And according to the rules of judicial performance in this state, everyone has a right to be heard orally and to present their case in front of a fair court and a fair jury. I want a jury trial so that I can present my case and I can get compensation for the hell that California State University has put me through. I will keep persevering until I win and can publish my book. Now, I have heard before that they think that they have sovereign immunity and are above the law. And as we have seen with the impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump, nobody, including the President of the United States, is above the law, and certainly not a state university whose role it is to teach young people, just as we had these ROTC people, to be leaders in the community and have tolerance for different points of view beyond their own. And just like David and Goliath, David said to the giant, I come against you with the strength of God Almighty, and you're coming against me with your own strength. And then, with nothing but a slingshot and a stone, he hit the giant in the forehead and he lay dead and he chopped off his head. Well, I am David, and CSU is the Goliath. And a man does not win by strength, he wins by having the favor of God on him, and those who oppose the Lord's work will be shattered. So I chop off the head now of California State University. I am now the head and not below. I am not the tail, and I will continue to rise higher. And they say, how does God know? Does the Most High have knowledge? When I tried to understand this, it was oppressive to me until I went into the sanctuary of God and I understood what their final end is. How suddenly they are destroyed
Thank you for your
completely by
comments.
terrors.
Our
And
next
in
public comment
thy
today.
majesty, I will ride
Matthews,
forth
thank you.
victoriously against California State University, and
Our
Donald
next
Trump will be
public
impeached.
comment
Thank you.
is from Terry Brooks, followed by Dr. Levins.
Good morning. Last time I was here, I spoke about homelessness leading to poor physical health. Today, I'd like to speak about it leading to poor mental health. When homelessness, then hunger, then illness are things you have to endure, then you can't help but find yourself feeling very insecure. Being homeless and physically ill can be like a curse that then leads to mental illness that makes matters even worse. If to feed and take care of yourself, you find yourself unable, then you can't help but find your life being very unstable. Problems like these are going to lead to a state of a lot of frustration, and such feelings as these then lead to a state of desperation. When you're homeless and unhealthy and in a phase of near starvation, you've not only lost your home, you're like a house with no foundation. Mental Health America released this year's report, and Nevada ranks 51st. This is the 4th year in a row that Nevada has ranked the worst. So the Washoe Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board sponsored a bill for crisis stabilization centers to help the mentally ill. Emotional and personality disorders, alcoholism, and drug abuse have been way more common and frequent among homeless men. And with women being homeless, some of the many results include stressful lives, psychiatric problems, and enduring physical and sexual assaults. Homeless children experience more mental health problems, behavioral and development delays, and are at more risk of non-acceptance and teasing and bullying in various ways. Homeless children have more risk-taking behaviors and from resulting in injuries have died. And by being homeless, they are more likely to suffer depression and suicide. After attending your workshop last week, of one thing I am sure, if together we come up with an ounce of prevention, we could save more than a ton of cure. I would like to thank you all again for listening to me today, and I'm sure I'll be back soon and have even more to say. Thank you.
Dr. Levens?
Good morning, council members. Good morning, council members. I've appeared before you two other times. The last time was December 11th. I brought up issues about my credentials, showing that, just to let you know, it's Dr. Blevins, B-L-E-V-I-N-S, but that's fine. I brought up issues that were mentioned in Mayor Sheevy's state of the city address, that all seniors within her jurisdiction would live in a clean and safe environment. The last two times I appeared before City Council, I had taken and produced pictures to the Community Services Officer, Alex Whitley. Good morning, Mayor. How are you? And the last time I was here, there was the senior code enforcement officer. Both of them came out, took their own pictures of issues of mold, of cleanliness, of safety, and as of just five minutes before I left, I took pictures just in the hallway of where I was staying, and the same issues have not been addressed. As of December the 17th, when I appeared on December 11th, the senior code enforcement officer came out and went down and talked to on-site management. As of December the 17th, I was locked out of my unit, and basically, I am homeless. I have been in front of Nevada Legal Services. I've been to Aging and Disability Services at the state, the Veterans Administration. I finally met with the District Attorney's Victims Assistance Program about my 3 assaults at 650 Record Street from May 18th on. And I'm still, nothing has been addressed on those safety issues. We don't have handicap doors. There is really nothing on that property, and they are receiving federal funds and state and local funds for tax breaks and so on. And for at least 3 years that I've been there, as you see, I'm in a chair. It is extremely difficult to gain access, not just to my unit, getting bug infestation issues taken care of, cleanliness issues, safety issues, and thank you. I'm sorry, I'm out of time.
No, thank you. Rick, I thought that we had Alex or someone.
Yes.
You were here before, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, on December 11th.
Yeah.
He did come out. He went down and talked to local on-site managers, and 6 days later, I was evicted from my unit in retaliation for bringing up. It is stated he is complacent, disrespectful, verbally abusive, denigrating, and otherwise disrespecting owners' agents and contractors and interfering with owners' business operations on several occasions. And everything that I have, I have documentation, I have proof, photo, and all I want right now, ma'am, is I need to get my dentures out of my old unit. I need my hearing aids, and I need my personal papers like my birth certificate, my military discharge papers,
Okay.
those type of pertinent things. And ma'am, I served under several counties.
Okay. And you're a veteran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see.
Yes, ma'am. I know. I've already.
Deputy Benzon, can you?
I've been trying for 2.5 weeks to get a hold of my case manager.
Our deputy chief, can you, because it sounds, I mean, they can't hold on to his belongings. Can you make sure, and then Rick, will you please reach out to the VA?
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very, very much. And I'm sorry for taking up your valuable time.
Don't be sorry, sir, ever. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, that is the end of our general public comment, and our next item of the day is approval of your agenda. We have one more public comment. I apologize. Kathleen Bohal would like to speak.
Hi, my name's Kathy Bohal. I live at 14300 North Whisperwood, Reno, 89521. I believe every person in this chamber is concerned about pedestrian safety, especially children's pedestrian safety. I hope to draw your attention to the dangerous situation which exists at the roundabout located at the intersection of State Route 341 and Veterans Parkway. Most of these pedestrians are children crossing to go to school or to the convenience store. This unique location involves multiple governments, agencies, and the configuration contributes to the danger these children face. The state of Nevada DOT is involved because of the state route designation. The federal government has regulations regarding signage at roundabouts, and Veterans Parkway is a roadway which goes through both city and county land. My issue is poorly marked crosswalks. There is one sign regarding the crosswalk just at the point where the driver would be looking left for an opportunity to enter the roundabout. By the time the driver turns his head to the right, he has driven over the crosswalk area. There are several sign poles in front of the crosswalk, further blocking the view of any child who happens to be standing there hoping to cross this street. I have reached out and received responses from both the Nevada DOT and RTC. Both are aware of the situation and have some suggestions as to improvements, such as a flashing pedestrian crossing sign, which requires the federal government to, 1, approve it, or 2, issue a denial which the state can then appeal. Or in the case of RTC, replacing the roundabout with an intersection with traffic control lights. Both of these remedies will take too much time. Something needs to be done now before a Brown Elementary School student is hit by a vehicle. If you can't remedy the situation, I'm sure you know who can and would have much more influence than I would. I'm asking for your help. In this case, an ounce of prevention would be worth a pound of cure. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you.
If I can just go right ahead.
Thank you so much for coming. Other residents have reached out to me as well, and you and I, Mayor, were at the ribbon cutting for the new apartment complex, and that's a huge area of crossing over to the Maverick. And so I too have reached out to a number of these groups, and I really do think we're going to be able to take some steps to address this. But I'm very appreciative of what you've already done and your acknowledgement of the issue and taking the time to come here. So it's a very serious issue, not, even further than what you have already stated. So we've got to do some major stuff right
And
there.
Mr. Flansburgh obviously is going to reach out.
All
right
right,
now.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment today. We're moving on to approval of your agenda, in which I'll send it back to the manager for any changes.
Okay, I'm going to send it back to Saber Newby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of items that are requested to be pulled from the agenda today. The first one is item B as in boy 8, purchase of one fire aerial ladder truck. The second is item B19, reallocation of council donation funds to neighborhood services. This will come back on your February 12th agenda with the corrected donation amount. And then also, as requested by Councilmember Dewar, items E4, that would be all of the items under E4, are requested to be continued to the February 12th agenda. And finally, the city attorney's office has a correction in one of the recitations in item B13. It's not being pulled from the agenda, but we do need to hear it separately so that they can read into the record that correction.
All right, will you just call off those numbers so everyone can cross them off their agenda?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Item B8,
Okay,
B19,
okay,
and then all of the items under E4.
okay.
And then just to be heard separately on your consent agenda, item B13 for city attorney's office.
B13, okay. All right, thank you.
Can we have some discussion on that?
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, Madam Manager, is there any other items? Nothing. Okay, all right, I'm gonna send it to Councilwoman Breckett.
The manager mentioned that Ms. Dewar has requested the E4 items.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering why, and is there going to be anything going on in the interim? Because she said it's going to our next meeting? Is that
Next
what you
meeting.
Huh?
Next meeting, I'm going to meet with the attorney's office and just make sure I understand if there's any unintended consequences from changing all of this. I'm not an attorney. I brought it up during our briefing, and they were fine with it, so.
Yeah, okay. I also spoke and opposed this moving for ordinance changes, and I might also ask in the interim the same opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that being said, right now I'm gonna ask for item A4, approval of the agenda. So moved. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to your consent agenda, in which I have public comments signed in.
Okay.
First to speak is Tammy Holtz-Still, followed by Darren Sweeney.
Tammy Holt-Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. For the record, I'm speaking on B5. In your documentation, it doesn't say what the control valve or accounting is for. I'd like more information on it. I know if it has to do with STED, there was supposed to be a meter on that done immediately because the one that was on there did not register correctly, and it was required by in DEP to have that corrected, and I'd like to know if it has. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Darren Sweeney.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Attorney, and City Clerk. My name is Darren Swinney. I'm an elected board member for the Reno Firefighters Association. I represent the boots on the ground that responded to over 43,000 calls for help last year. Today, you will have an agenda item B9 that's asking for the tools we need to continue to answer that call. We are in support of B9, and we would ask for your support also. If you have any questions for me today, I'm happy to answer those. We're in full support of the equipment and tools we need to do our job.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further comment on your consent agenda. I'll send it back to you for items to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I probably should have done this under public comment. She's gonna hate me for doing this. But we need to wish Councilwoman Jordan a big happy 4-0. She turned 4-0 yesterday. Plus a few. Plus a few, oh, okay.
Plus a
You
few.
were trying to milk it. That's what you were trying to do. Anyway, happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you. I actually turned 49 yesterday, and some people go, oh, 49. I'm actually very thankful to be 49, to have another trip around the sun.
Yeah.
And am thankful for all of you and all the birthday wishes that I got, so thank you.
That's awesome. Well, good. Happy birthday. Had I have known a little sooner, we would have really embarrassed you, but I figured that's good enough. Okay. Oh, cookies. You'll take cookies. Okay. All right. With that being said, consent agenda. I'm
Consent
gonna
agenda
start
items
with,
to be pulled.
How about Councilwoman Weber? Do you have anything you'd like to pull off consent? No. Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
No,
Okay.
even $3 million for a truck.
Okay. Birthday girl Jordan. I don't have it. Okay. Councilman Delgado. Councilman Reese. And Councilwoman Breckus.
I'd like to call off B6, B10, and B12.
Okay, wait. B6, B10,
And B12.
and B12. Sounds like vitamins. Okay, hold on a second. And then I just want to see if we have, let's see. Hold on one second. All right, so I'm going to ask the council to give me a motion to approve all the other items on the agenda.
So move.
I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Weber. Your point.
Yes, B13 would also be off of that consent agenda for the correction to be read in.
And I did make a mistake. I was going to also pull B12, but it's already been pulled.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to all the businesses on here. You know, it's exciting whenever you can get your business off the ground, so good luck. Okay.
Madam
That
Mayor?
being said, I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Breckus, item B6.
B6, yeah. This is our annual pedestrian ramp replacement project for the, well, I'm a little confused what fiscal year we're talking about.
For the record, John Simpson, Public Works. The project is for the fiscal year 18-19, so it was CDGB funds. Those funds are allocated in October. We originally looked to put out this project at the end of last year, but due to the climate, we decided to wait until springtime to put this out to bid
okay.
because we thought we'd get better favorable bids.
Okay, now I understand. I guess the other question is, and I saw the map, and I'm no longer the Access Advisory Committee liaison where, you know, this has all gone over, but I know that in Ward 1, there's been a request on Sharon Way by the LDS stake there at, or is it Oravada? I can't remember, leading down to Jesse Beck, and it didn't make it up. Is that one going to make it up on the next time there?
I was not aware of that one quite yet, but I'm sure that we're going to be looking at all
Oh,
the
okay.
following ones in the next coming year.
Oh, okay, so you don't, are you all caught up on all the requests at
No,
this point?
no, we are not. We have a number of locations across the city that need to be done. These items were brought to the RAC last year, and they were prioritized with the RAC, and that's how these were selected.
Okay, because this request has been hanging around, maybe it got kind of put aside, but it is right there at the LDS stake. And maybe it's Pine Ridge, leading down to Jesse Beck on Sharon Way, which is a collector and a school route. So, okay.
I will add that
Okay,
to
thank
look
you very
into.
much.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus, why don't you give me a motion?
I'll move.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, back at you.
Yeah, I just, I don't think the staff report explained, but I looked on my calendar and there's holds. What is going on this day of March 11th? It looked like it was a budget meeting. This is changing our resolution for council meetings. So we're moving. What's going on here?
What number? Are you on B10? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
For
So
the
what-
record, Lisa Mann with the City Manager's Office. You are correct, the original date for the City Council meeting was March 11th.
Okay.
However, many of your fellow council members wanted to attend the spring NLC conference, so they requested that we move that date, the March 11th date, to another meeting date. You're also correct that we have budget meetings that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, March 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Since you're already here in the building in working with City Manager Newby and the City Attorney's Office, we decided to have a meeting that afternoon from 2 to 5.
Okay.
And so, and we'll work with the schedule, the items, we'll have probably an abbreviated, obviously, council agenda. But right now, we have no council agenda items for the 11th, so we can work on that to make it for the 4th.
So just to clarify then, we're going to go the 26th of February, then into budget the next week, the March 4th, then we'll skip the 11th.
That is correct.
And then our final council meeting in March will be the 25th?
That is correct. And that will
Okay.
be a full meeting starting at 10
Okay,
a.m.
okay. I just, sometimes when last year inadvertently, I don't know how, we ended up with 3 back-to-backs, and I do not want to do that again. I think it's too much work on everyone. So thank you for all of that clarification. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And I'll move the,
All right, good job, Lisa. We never see you up on the dice. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, back at you, Councilwoman Breckus.
okay, so B12 is our augmentation of the budget and mid-year with the mid-year update. And I guess my question, these are kind of tandem questions, but in the mid-year update, the 24 million budget excess from 18-19, was that as amended?
That's not budget excess, that's the fund balance.
The fund balance. But was that, it said that we had a fund balance of 24 million as we closed out 18-19. Is that based upon our amended budget that we amended?
That's just strictly the cash flow fund balance
Okay.
at year end.
And then the 20.6 unassigned balance? How did we allocate that?
So unassigned fund balance is what we talk about in the budget process where we say you're at a certain percentage.
Yeah.
That's the unassigned fund balance. Assigned fund balance is at year end when we have certain things that we may assign the fund balance for. We know
Okay.
we have an issue such as our elevators. So this year under our city manager Newby's direction, we assigned some fund balance for some of those projects that we had wanted to do all year long, but didn't have the funding.
Okay.
So, but the unassigned fund balance is the one we use as a percent to explain where we are in the fund balance realm.
Policies?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was 20.6 then? Okay. And what was the estimate as we started out the year for unassigned balance that we estimated we would be at?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can find out. We came in fairly close. We came in a little bit more, as we should. You should always have a little bit extra in your budget. It's your best guess. You should never go over. So there is a little bit of money that did go into the unassigned fund balance at year end.
So
I want to say it's about $2 million that got added to it.
But on this item, B14, on the resolution, there was 2 million in the Freight House district. What was that
So
about?
that is additional revenue coming in this year.
On the Freight House?
On the Freight House area that we will have to pay out.
And we're going to use that for?
We have to pay out the incremental sales tax in the Freight House area. We have to pay
to the Freight House
to the Freight
owner.
House owner.
But is there excess above that, and how are we using that?
So right now, our C-tax is coming in higher than we anticipated. In the augmentation, we are using a piece of that, a small piece of it, to pay for the clean and safe team and the mandated jury, the adjustments to the court so they can manage the jury trials. So we took $325,000 of the excess C-tax. We have not we're still monitoring that. It lags, but we're right now seeing about a 4% increase overall. So it's good news, but we're still watching it. It's still
So
early.
the point is, when the freight house increments, the increment goes to the freight house owner, and the rest of that
is just general.
it goes into general fund.
C-tax.
Okay, okay. And then there was $860,000 year-to-date room tax above estimates. Is that what I?
That's possible.
Okay. How are you recommending that we allocate that 860,000? Because a percentage of that usually goes to parks.
So what we generally do is with the budget process, we look at what came in this year, and we will look at what we're going to allocate for next year's budget. If there is excess money, we come back in later in the year with a recommendation on that. We need to make sure the revenue holds.
Okay, so you don't want to allocate
We don't want to
until you
spend
want
it
to
too
hold.
early.
Yeah,
right?
okay. Because, our budget May was rough, and we've gone to some contingency expenses that we weren't seeing, but also, the council should be able to, call that money up mid-year for other expenses if we want, and not have it roll over to the next year, because I find that in budgeting purposes, I'm always fresh on what did not get done in May. And, as we go back into cycle, at what point do you want to identify that from last year's conversation, or what point do you want to cut that into next year's conversation?
So we typically wouldn't look at excess revenue until after the third, around the third augmentation. Then you have actually pretty decent numbers, and your projections off of that is more accurate, right? So we typically want to make sure that it holds, that we don't see some things start to go down, because you typically will have a pretty active December, and then you really need to see what happens in the early July, January and February timeframe to make sure that the revenues are holding before we bring them back.
Okay, and just my last comment is, since we're looking at going into cycle and we're doing an augmentation, is the sooner you can get projections to us, the better it helps, evaluate. You've said no new positions is your comfort level, but also last year it seemed like you waited really long later in the projections than other finance approaches we've used in the past, and I just wondered if you're going to still hold with that.
So in the mid-year update, there was a presentation actually attached to the agenda item, which has our 10-year financial forecast.
saw
That's
that.
our
Okay.
projections at this point in time.
Okay, you don't fine-tune those down? Okay.
Yeah, we will fine-tune them as we go through the process.
Councilman Reese, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Lochner, thank you for your presentation. And I think Councilmember Breckus is getting to the issue that I want to address, which is that as your 10-year projections, have you provided them previously, they show a structural imbalance that is not resolved until, I think it's 2022 or 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'm hoping that our revenues this year are coming in strong enough to make it 1 year earlier. But next year, the budget that we are currently working on for next fiscal year is still structurally imbalanced.
And so ultimately, I guess what I am trying to understand, and I think the presentation and the budget augmentation process makes sense to me, except that we continue to be at that structural imbalance. So it's not like this is magically found money that will fix all that's wrong. It's actually not quite still getting us to a structural balance, and we have enough capital projects that we've delayed that make it impossible for us to ever, I guess my point to you is, in this process, I don't want the public to be misinformed as to what's happening. Yes, some of our revenue seems to be higher than projected because you've done a conservative job about helping us understand the budget, but the long-term 10-year plan is still upside down, for a more colloquial term. And ultimately, those things should caution us all on this body about how we approach our next budget cycle. And I think this does us a service, but at the same time doesn't tell the entire picture. Because usually when you're thinking about augmentations, and I see in the presentation, it identifies, for example, the Wingfield Park gates. They're identified as a need, something we needed. But I want to make sure that you are keeping us informed as to the longer-term financial picture, rather than just focusing on that snapshot of the augmentation, which I think you're doing a very good job at. And that has been the most, I suppose, elucidating thing to me to see as we move forward, meaning we still got a long ways to go to recover from the hole we're in during the recession, and our tax revenue is not quite getting us there yet either. But this helps understand that. And the last thing I will say before ceding my time to my colleagues is that with regard to all of these augmentations, it is my preference that the council be very intimately involved in what the money is spent on, whether it's mid-year or even during the periods of time when you bring it to us, so that we have the policy directives to make sure that the money is being spent on the priorities that we develop as a body. So thank you for your time.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to, I think my colleagues, I think we all know from where we were, I think the majority of us back in 2012, and how this brings back some anxiety about, wanting to crawl out of broken promises and making sure that we have a savings in our account for those rainy days, right? So I appreciate all the hard work that you're putting in. One question I have with respect to the contingency funds, you have the CTC funding here. Maybe this isn't a question to you, but maybe to the city manager. I know this is appropriated as part of a regional conversation to bring those services to our record street, but I'd love an opportunity for, as we start to dive into some of these, as we know, expenses, that we should be watching these closely. I'd love an opportunity. I don't know if you can speak on their behalf. I wouldn't want you to speak on their behalf, but having that brought back to us about currently the state of the CTC, the population is being served in some what we're doing in terms of their accountabilities and how that's working, that would be great. I just saw that as a line item here. So not really a question to you, but just kind of, we know we're funding it, so I'd love a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I too, I know we've got a long way to go to finalize the budget. I know we had our strategic planning meeting, but would it be a fair statement to say that if we wanted to augment our public safety personnel or expand our homeless services, that we would need to be prepared to cut something else in order to fulfill that and work towards that structural stability?
If we were not going to degrade our fund balance any further, yes, we would need to balance those requests with something that might need to go away.
Okay, and I think it's important for the general public to get at that 30,000-foot level to say, while the economy in our region is on fire, it is blazing like nothing else. And I think there's a belief that that somehow has an automatic translation into government funds and availability for augmentation. It does not. We have an antiquated and broken tax system. And unless and until we get some relief on that front, if we want to grow the things that we need in our community, public safety, homeless services, affordable housing, we are going to need some structural help at the state level. Whatever that looks like, it is the seriousness of the day is if we want to do that, we are going to have to cut other things unless we get that sort of help. And that's what the public, I don't think, fully understands, is we are not, this tide at the city is not rising at the level that the economic tide is in our community because our tax system is broken.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. And I too, I want to second Councilwoman Jordan's comments because I was going to speak to the very same issue that, we have this ongoing structural deficit that we're 10 years and lagging, essentially, given the equations and the other things in the depreciation situation with our revenues. So well said, thank you. And the second thing I wanted to comment on is that during my briefing, I took the opportunity to go through a couple of these larger items, and I got some good answers. For example, there was an ad of about 300,000, it's 292 under city manager, and I said, what was that for? And she said, the clean and safe team. So I understand what the expenditure is, what it's for, you know, I'm matching up those things, and I support that. Then, on a number of them, on the other hand, there was a 1.3 million, it was on page 6, that was on services and supplies intergovernmental, and I'm really not sure even right now what that was for. And there's others that are in the 900,000, almost $1 million. So my thought is just, there's another one, 860,000 general government under tourism. So I don't know what that is, and I didn't have enough detail here to figure that out without coming and seeing you and saying, what is every single one of these? I don't know if there's a better way to kind of make us knowledgeable about some of these larger dollar items, you know?
So I can tell you with this particular augmentation, other than pulling in some C-tax revenue and use of some city manager contingency, it's primarily carry forward. So you look at sewer fund and street fund, they wait until we're done
It's a
with our
delay.
CAFR.
Okay.
So while the general fund, we pull in the encumbrances in the first or second, the first augmentation, for street fund and sewer fund, they wait for the CAFR to come through. So you see some large dollar amounts in those particular funds because those are carry forwards. I think it was like $962,000 in
Yep.
capital for public works.
Right.
And that was almost all carry forward. There's
Okay.
$22,000 in there for to replace
Okay.
trailers.
Well, I would not know that. I don't know that
Right.
anybody in the public would really know that.
And
It looks
we're-
like we're spending, you know, we found money, and we're gonna go do 1.3 million more of new stuff.
Yeah, it's not like found money, it's just
Yeah.
carried forward
It
from
would be
the prior
helpful
year.
maybe if there is a new initiative like the Clean and Safe Team that are embedded in these augmentations. If we just highlight a couple of those in your presentation.
Right, yeah,
next time.
we highlighted that in the staff report.
Right.
Because we didn't have an actual presentation, it's just
Right.
documents that you get attached.
Well, it's true, it was on consent. That was a very good point.
And I'm happy to provide, we have a lot of backup, it's just way too much information.
Yeah, and I'm not
So-
looking for stuff we already approved in the budget and it's just carried forward. What I'm looking for, is there a new initiative embedded in this budget augmentation?
Everything in this particular budget augmentation has been approved by council already.
Okay, all right. So maybe next time's report, maybe you could just identify some of the bigger ones and just say carried forward, already approved, or clean and safe team, or whatever. That'd be helpful.
We're trying to get our staff reports better and better each
Yeah.
time, so these comments are really helpful.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr, give me a motion.
All right, I would move to approve item B12, the budget augmentation.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item B13 as pulled for update from the city attorney for record correction.
Okay.
For the record, Mark Dunnigan, City Attorney's Office, thanks for pulling this item. I noticed just a quick clerical fix that I needed to make in the third recital. There's a few words missing, and in the event that the council passes the resolution, I want the language to be correct in there. So I'll send this language to the city clerk's office, but I wanted to read it aloud for the record. The third recital should read, whereas the city clerk and city manager are entitled to the same benefits as department heads by virtue of their respective employment arrangements, semicolon, and that's it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Painless, there you go. Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are done with your consent items. We are moving on to department items.
Okay, I'm
Item,
gonna-
Could I just ask one question? I'm
Sure.
sorry, I don't know if you know, but I can't push a request to speak up above, so I have to kind of interrupt you. So I
Okay.
apologize.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're working on it.
Just
So-
yell at me. It's all
Okay,
good.
so I just wanted to make note before Mr. Flansburgh and Ms. Coster leaves the meeting, but we had a public comment by Tammy Holtstill on the item of B5, and I'm wondering if they could just comment or contact her. I think that would be the appropriate department, just to say what we've done. I know she left earlier, so I just wanted to make sure that she got that response.
okay,
And I
thank
didn't
you.
request to pull it out, so
Okay, good.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, so
All right.
they have direction. I think, sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we are on item D1. This is 1,000 homes in 120 days program update.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none registered.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's all you, Eric.
I don't know if I've said good morning to the council in many years.
Good morning.
My items are almost always after lunch. So good morning, council, mayor, manager Newby. It's great to be with you today. And this is an exciting program. I don't know if you understand, Madam Mayor, how what a difference this is making simply in terms of getting people excited about development in the downtown area. And I've been revitalization manager for about a year and a half now, and the community development director for 2 years before that. And I have never seen this many projects, specifically residential projects, being discussed in our downtown area in those 3.5 years. So this is really exciting. So kudos to you for bringing this forward. Very briefly, what you have before you today is a list that we've created of all the different applications for this program. And just as a really quick background for those in the audience and for those listening in, this program is designed to incentivize and encourage the development of projects in our urban core that provide residential units. So whether it be multifamily, whether it be townhomes, whatever the structure is, we're trying to activate our urban core and to bring people into our urban core and to develop in areas where we have existing infrastructure in place. This is part of our downtown action plan. It's part of the different studies that the council has approved over the years. So we are implementing the council's vision by doing this. In particular, the list that you have before you has highlighted in green several projects, and it has unhighlighted projects. The ones that are highlighted in green are the ones who are only asking for a fee deferral as part of this process. The ones that are unhighlighted are the applicants who are asking for something in addition to the fee deferral. So essentially, they may ask for something, could be as simple as a quickened or a speedy approval process, or something as complicated as possibly acquiring city property for their project. So those we will bring forward to you in February. Today, we are only asking that you direct staff, approve staff to move forward with considering those that are highlighted in green. They're only asking for the standard deferral agreement, and that you approve the language that has been prepared by our city attorney's office, by Jasmine in particular, regarding the draft boilerplate language for the deferral agreement. As part of that, that would authorize us as staff to move forward to enter into agreement with these, and it would authorize the mayor to then sign those development agreements. Just really quickly, it's on the PowerPoint. I've lost all the buttons now. Nope. Madam Clerk, how do I scroll through the next page?
Can you hold on 1 second, please, while we...
Yep.
We have is that.
Oh, okay. There should have been 4 slides. Regardless, within your packets, there is a map that shows where these different projects are located. I can, oh, there we go. Awesome, thank you. Oh, excellent. So as you can see on the map there, the green highlighted area is the opportunity zone boundaries as established by the federal government and our governor. You can see that almost all of the projects are within that opportunity zone boundary. There's one way down, well, not way, but down by Redfield, that's further south. That project is, again, very close to our BRT line, and we felt that, in reviewing it, that it would contribute toward development in our downtown core area, even though it was slightly outside of it. Again, most of the projects are between Plum Lane and the interstate, and roughly Keystone on the west and the ballpark on the east. So it's very much our core area.
No,
And so-
isn't it go way further than the ballpark? I'm sorry.
No, really, I mean, there's
Past
a little bit down on
395.
Plum. There are a few.
395.
There are a few on Plum that are a little bit east of the ballpark there. but not very many. Most of
No.
the projects are just right there.
Isn't it this green area?
Yeah, the green area is the opportunity zone boundaries.
Right.
And the yellow are the different projects. And
Right.
they're coded to
Okay.
the list.
But the 1,000 homes applies within the opportunity zone?
It does, or immediately adjacent to it, as the council discussed at a previous meeting.
I was just mentioning that it went past 395 to the east, but what you're saying is the ones on the list so far are only these ones.
Correct.
Okay,
You are
got it.
correct. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Dorr, for clarifying that. So again, that's the presentation. What we're asking for you today is to approve the list as it's presented, to allow staff to enter into agreement with those that are listed, highlighted in green, and that we will then bring forward individual agreements for those that are requesting additional asks at a future meeting.
Move to approve.
All right, thank you so much. So I have a motion and a second. Councilman Breckus?
Motion comes on the table.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I think we should have had, before, I think we jumped to a motion. I want to call a point of order that I don't think a motion was appropriate at the moment that it was put on the table. I think we usually talk to
Can
the
you-
body to see if
can
they have
you-
questions.
I guess, under council rules, can you put in a motion at any time? Madam Clerk?
From a rubber rules standpoint, that's correct.
Okay.
A motion can be entered by any member of the body at the time in which, if mayor is open to it, as
And
presiding
I have no
officer.
problem having discussion because I would like to ask some questions.
Yeah,
So, but I also want to honor by rules, when someone throws a motion, you do.
As presiding officer, you can choose to accept, and at this point, as there's been a motion and a second that has been accepted, next stage would be
All right,
discussion.
then we can
Okay.
go into discussion. Councilwoman
Okay,
Breckus?
I'll put aside, especially since we have our rules on the agenda today, that conversation. But I think jumping to motion that quickly can be observed as an effort to stifle comment by the body. So but we
I
have
would
rules
like
on
to ask
there later.
questions, so-
First of all, in D1, why is the city's lien subordinate to other liens?
Oh, in terms of in the agreement?
Yes.
The agreement? Because typically, again, Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager, typically in construction, the lender on a development will not give you a construction loan or even a final loan if there is a lien ahead of them. And so that is just a general rule. Again, as a former
Yeah.
developer contractor, that has always been the case. I cannot get a loan on my project if there's a lien ahead of it. And so that's the reason why we do it that way.
Yeah, because usually city has primacy of liens.
Correct.
In the ordinance, there's not a statutory reference, and I'm questioning the ordinance too, because the ordinance is odd because it doesn't amend a provision of RMC, so it's a non-codified ordinance? Is that what it means? Why then do we do it by ordinance? I'm confused. We don't do many non-codified ordinances, and when we do, they're usually a part of a suite of non-codified ordinances that we do.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ball-Roth. This is something that is so temporary, it is not appropriate to codify it. And this ordinances like this, for example, annexation ordinances.
Sure.
SAD bond ordinances are never codified, and that's why the approach was taken with regard to this
Yeah,
ordinance.
but those are one of hundreds or thousands. The next question on that is, I didn't see a closeout date. Is the program then closed for offerings at this point? And then I do have other questions also, if I can.
Okay, I'm going to
that-
go to
okay.
Councilwoman Dorr, and then I'll come back to you for another
Okay.
3. And
May
then I have some
Madam
questions.
Mayor, may I respond to
Yes,
council?
go right
Thank
ahead,
you.
please.
Yes, the resolution approved by council effectively closes this out at the end of January, at the end of this month.
Okay, so that's why it's not repeating the
Correct.
ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. If you could come back up, Eric. First of all, congratulations. I'm very excited about this moving forward, Mayor and Eric. Good work. I just thought it was important to get on the record, and I understand that it does not apply to houses, like a residential home. It's apartments, condos, townhomes. Is that correct?
Theoretically, it could be a single-family home.
Oh, it could.
But in this case, no, we have, there's not a single application for an
Okay.
individual home, although there are some from the rate-in from Marmot Properties to add units to an existing property. So they may be a standalone unit, but it is on a property with other units, so it is effectively multifamily.
I got you. And then I had the question too, when did the list close? And you said end of January.
Correct.
And then a question I had is, I think the requirement is that they have to start construction or within 18 months. Could you just explain the 18 months? Isn't there?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So the program essentially says that once they enter into an agreement with the city for the fee deferral, they have 18 months to commence construction.
Okay, so my big hard question is, what if they don't? And maybe they're at 20 months to start construction. Have we provided for variances or extensions, or how do we see this working?
Great. So essentially what would happen is they would have to come back and ask for an amendment to their agreement from the city council. At this point, if they do not meet the statutory, or excuse me, the agreement terms, which is effectively a contract to commence construction with 18 months, they would not receive the fee deferral.
Okay, 'cause
unless they came back and asked the council and council agreed to amend it.
And would we have to amend our resolution for that, to allow for that, or?
I do not believe so. I
Okay.
believe it would simply be a contractual arrangement between the
Okay.
city, but that's for our city attorney's office
Because I
to
can
determine.
really see this happening, like
Yeah.
someone applies and they're planning to start construction, but they don't get all their ducks in a row, and maybe it's gonna be 24 months, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wondered if, just trying to see down the road, things that have tripped us up before, it's very hard to say no, especially if someone's spent a lot of money trying to get there, So,
appreciate that.
all right, just wanted to mark that. Thank you so much.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And briefly, so clarifying for the record, deferral means just a delay. So the maximum delay of the payment, we're not waiving anything for the things in which we're approving today. What is the maximum time frame for the delay?
So the standard agreement that's before you today would structure it in 5 installments. So for a period of 5 years, commencing at the time of certificate of occupancy, they would then have to pay back. So essentially, 1/5 after 12 months, after certificate of occupancy, then another 5th until the final payment at the end of year 5.
20% a year for 5 years.
Correct.
is what you're
Yes.
Okay. So this allows them to get vertical sooner, be able to hire. We know lumber costs are expensive, labor costs, and allows them to pay us back over time. Okay. So my last question, the projects that were not highlighted, were not in green, that are asking for things in addition to a deferral, can you just give a couple of examples? I know those will have to come back for further consideration, but can you give an example of what additionally they're asking for?
Absolutely. So the applications are all public records, so I can tell you openly. The one of them is requesting to purchase city property to construct an affordable housing project. So they will be coming back to you in March. Or in February. We've already received a letter of intent or interest from them. And so we will bring that back with their application so the council can then direct staff to proceed with negotiations to sell the property for this project and to approve the fee deferral at the same time. Another one we have where we have 2 developers on the opposite sides of a street, a very small street that does not connect to anything. They're asking for a vacation of that street so they can incorporate it into their joint project. So those are some of the things that we are that we're seeing.
And the city property would be sold at appraised value?
It's a public street, so it would either be
No,
sold.
not the
Oh,
street,
yes,
the
for the
prior one.
affordable. It would be, depending again on the request. So if they were doing an affordable project with a rent structure or a fee structure where they were below market rents, they may ask the city to sell it to them at a reduced price in exchange for the commitment to keep the project affordable.
Got it.
We will have to see when they come forward.
That will be further discussed, obviously, in the future. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And congratulations to you and to the other councilmen and the staff for putting in all this hard work. It's infill is something that we all desire and want to see happen, so great. 10 of the projects that are outlined here, the 24 reside in Ward 3. There's several of these that I haven't had the opportunity yet to speak to those developers or their thoughts about the impacts that they will have on the current community is something I look forward to. I know we're on a time frame. If there's a way that we can maybe start to set up some opportunities where I can meet with them about what their ideas are, their visions are, because I know community members will have a lot of questions, as the entire city, I'm sure, is. But these are going to be impacts that are going to have on on older communities and what that infrastructure looks like and what their expectations are. But again, we need housing, we need opportunities to do infill. And with that comes complications, a lot of questions. So the more we can get ahead of that, the better.
Absolutely.
But it'll be great to start seeing some of these start to happen. All right.
Okay.
So thanks again.
All right, thanks, Councilman Delgado. All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, you didn't on the table show how much each project was getting. You didn't aggregate that, did you?
I did not. Essentially, on the ones that are using the boilerplate agreement, it would be uniform. The only difference would be the building permit cost, because the sewer impact fee is a flat fee.
Sure.
Per unit. The building permit obviously depends on the value of the construction, the size of the units, and so that would vary. But other than that, it's uniform.
Yeah, I thought we were going to change our sewer impact or connection. But let me ask you this. In terms of prevailing wage requirements for economic development subsidy, how are we going to be calculating that? Because it's a time money thing. And I didn't see anything in the materials addressing that.
Correct. My understanding is that this is essentially just a deferral of fees. It's not, there is actually no benefit other than, you said, the time value of money of this, and we would not cross the threshold of $250,000. It's currently set in statute. If we get to that point and we need to look at it, we will. But our best analysis so far is that we will not reach that threshold.
So the number's 250,000. I mean, you know, I could see there being comments, consideration that the time money, if you were out there borrowing this money, you know, by anywhere in the commercial world, you hit it. And I think, because I've seen this before at this organization, when this issue comes up, the Cabela's one, way back when, was months, if not years, of the City of Reno Council back, you know, back understanding what was done. Right. So I think if this body's going to go forward with that, we have a very clear representation, not only for the borrowers, but for the public to know, here's how we're calculating it, because I don't think it's ever been done in the state before, and I think that we need to be solid on our foundation on that. So that's a big flag of information that I don't think, I think we should have today, frankly.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I just want to say thank you for the entire council's support. You know, without it, you know, I think this would be a very difficult initiative to get off the ground. So I want to say thank you so much. Really huge kudos to Bill Thomas and Eric Jensen. Honestly, your hard work is really what made the difference here. You need to know that. I'm incredibly grateful. And I think, you know, this is one of those things, it's a pilot. This could have easily, I mean, there were times I thought, you know what, we might get 200, you know, units coming forward, right? I literally was like, oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea. But I kind of think the mentality has to be that we're constantly trying, and we're trying new things, because we know with this housing crisis, it's not one thing that's going to solve it. It isn't. There isn't a magic wand. It's a multifaceted approach. We all know that. So that's where I think we fail, is when we quit trying. But I am so grateful for our staff to stay dedicated to this and keep those people in mind that need housing now. That was the reason for this. Let's see if we could get developers back at the table, because many of them really have you know, gone through a lot just to get here, because in the recession, some of them went out of business, and now it's even harder to make things pencil. So again, I want to remind this council, this isn't like, you know, set in stone. This was a pilot. It was something, you know, we wanted to try. So I appreciate the council's support. That means a lot. But a lot of that direction also came from everyone on this body. And I do think, you know, everyone has had initiatives up here that are helping with, you know, this housing demand. So without all of your hard work, this wouldn't be possible. But I want to say thank you so much to you, Eric. Kudos, great job. And Bill Thomas, you are a rock star. So thank you so much. He's so humble, he's not even paying attention. Anyway. So Anyway, again, I'm just incredibly grateful. This won't solve all of our issues, but we have got to throw a whole bunch of tools at this to, see what sticks and what doesn't. So, thank you very much. Okay, with that, you gave me a motion, Councilman Reese, and then I think there was a second.
We have discussion on the motion.
We have a second
Okay,
from
so I had a
Councilmember Weber.
motion and a second. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing this forward. It's been a hard one for me, and while I support broad policy to address the challenges the housing production market is having, individual deals are difficult for me, and in this one, in particular, because it reaches into the sewer fund, I just cannot support a subsidy deal of the sewer fund. The building permit fee fund, I'd be okay, because I'm working on the knowledge that I have that we're looking at $500 million in debt issuance in the next 7 years of the sewer fund. And it's going to be impossible to do that without additional rate increases. And that'll hit household expenses across the board. And until the plan comes forward and the ratepayer demand is fleshed out, I cannot support even a temporal 5-year debt encumbrance to that fund unless, like the other items, it is specific to new housing production. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion at this time. But I think that's going to be for E2, right? Because this is no action
This
on
item
this.
is for D11, which is the list of applicants. Is
Okay.
currently what's before
Yeah,
you with a motion
so
on the table.
I guess my comments are relative to both. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
And what's the total number again?
So,
I couldn't read it. 1,600.
Actually, 2,038 are proposed at this point.
2,000.
38, correct.
Okay. But I also want to remind this council, that's nothing compared to what we need.
Yeah.
So, and I want to stress that, we say one thing and we do another up here, which I get a little frustrated. Like we sit there and we go, oh, sprawl. So then when we come back to the table and we want to build infill, and then you say, no, that is something you can't have it both ways, I guess, right? And that's the hard part. It will never be perfect. But again, I think I want to praise this council for, being supportive and continuing to try everything we can, because that's where we fail, is when we stop trying. But again, thank you so much. So, yeah, I'm very grateful. Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, our next item is D12. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms.
This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7117, ordinance establishing a building permit and sewer connection fee deferral of 5 years for approved projects pursuant to resolution number 8729, 1,000 homes in 120 days program, and the executed development agreement for fee deferral, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you.
Move to refer.
Madam Clerk, did you have any public comment?
I have none.
No? Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are moving on to item E1. This is an ordinance introduction for amendment to Reno Municipal Code to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
All right, sending it back to Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7118, ordinance adding chapter 1.08 to the Reno Municipal Code as enabled by Senate Bill number 103, NRS 278, 235, 1A and 2, to provide the city the ability to reduce or subsidize in whole or part impact fees collected for the issuance of building permits and sewer connection fees for an affordable housing project, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, next item is E2, ordinance introduction to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7119, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Article 2, Section 12.16.280, titled Connection Fee Payment, to provide for a reduction or subsidization of connection fees for affordable housing as enabled by NRS 278-235, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second. Aye.
Madam Mayor, E3, ordinance introduction regarding jury trials, to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7120, ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 2.16 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Municipal Court, Jury Trial in Municipal Court, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Oh, I have questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But I have a motion, and I think I had a second, and then I'll let you question.
Yeah, I just, my question is this, because this is a big step forward of change, and we've had a little bit of discussion. What's a petite jury?
It's a jury, instead of a jury of 12, it's a jury of 6.
Okay, so it's a smaller.
It's a smaller jury.
Why'd you decide to do that?
Because that's what the Nevada Supreme Court regulated in these domestic violence cases for misdemeanor offenses.
Oh, okay. Can you impanel a jury and have them sit on multiple cases? Like, isn't that what the grand jury does?
No, this is different from a grand jury. Grand jury is the one that decides whether or not charges would be brought. This is an actual trial. Charges are already filed against an individual, and then the jury's housed just to hear that particular case. And so every time there's a new trial or a new defendant that's charged with a crime, for this particular case, domestic violence, they are entitled to a jury of their peers, but it's a new jury every time.
Okay, where else are petite juries used in Nevada?
We don't use them here because we've never done misdemeanor trials. They're used across the country under misdemeanor cases. Arizona is a good example for like DUIs. Arizona will do a DUI trial by jury, and so their juries are seated by 6. Because of the U.S. Supreme Court case that petty offenses, Nevada has not done one since 1989, I believe.
A petite jury. Okay, wow. Thank you.
And a second, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Good job, Brian.
Madam Mayor, with that, items E4 have been continued to the February 12th meeting. We are on item F1. This is ordinance adoption, to be read by the city attorney's office.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6540, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title II, Administration, Chapter 2.08, Boards and Commissions, Article 2, Recreation and Parks Commission, Section 2.08.070, quorum necessary, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item F2, ordinance adoption for Innovation Drive zone change, to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6541, case number LDC 20-00023, Innovation Drive Zone Change. Request for a zoning map amendment from plus or minus 1.5 acres of industrial commercial to plus or minus 1.5 acres of general office zoning district.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman
Oh,
Dewar.
I'm not quite done.
Oh, sorry.
The 1.5.
We're just trying to be effective here.
I better read a little faster here. The 1.5 acre site consists of one parcel located on the southwest intersection of Innovation Drive and Double R Boulevard. Project site has a master plan land use designation of mixed employment.
All right, I should have followed along with you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, any questions from my colleagues?
No.
I guess I have to take public comment. Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
Is there
Councilwoman Breckus,
is
you
there
want-
public comment on this?
That's what I asked.
We have none.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'll just say I went by there again. I think it's a great site, ready for development with the DMV going on around the corner and the hospital. But I objected before, and in lieu of anyone coming forward and telling me a little more detail, the provision of these two districts in terms of a commercial center, and I think commercial is needed for out there, is that a drive-through does not go through a special use permit. And we have got to get a handle on drive-throughs in this community. And I think the Planning Commission, they are so site-specific that a review by the Planning Commission is essential. And if the drive-through is planned, it just goes straight to permit. And I just think that with all the values we have about walking, pedestrian safety, that we cannot be repeating the drive-throughs that we've inherited because they're just conflict points. And so I'm still not going to support it because, but maybe that's not what, is going on here.
Well, and just to comment, at the introduction, I asked staff to pay attention and to review the drive-throughs because I too, in my ward, have some real issues on major arterials where there's drive-throughs. And this is going to be off Double R. And so it has a potential. So I'm just asking you guys to be really careful with that. But with that, I would make a motion to approve it.
Second.
And a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm
Motion
opposed.
carries. Motion carries. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we're on item G11, appointment to the Historical Resources Commission.
I'd like to move to appoint Gregory Ernie.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, item G12, appointment to the Tenant Issues and Concerned Citizen Advisory Board.
Okay, I think this is Councilman Breckus.
Well, I think we all have our own appointments, but actually, we were looking in my office yesterday. I think I've made my appointments.
Okay, that's what I'd like to know. Madam Clerk, can you go through each council member that either has appointed or has an opening? I am still getting constituents reaching out to who has openings and who doesn't. So, do you know who?
I can tell you.
who
I
needs-
haven't made
I know
my two.
Councilmember Dewar
And
has
I've
not
reached out
made-
to several people that are not on the list that I was interested in appointing, and they're still applying. I hope to have it on the next meeting.
Okay.
So that's two. And
All
I
right.
have had people reach out recommending people on this list, but I'm waiting for.
Councilman Weber, have you chosen your two?
my appointments now. I have not appointed any.
Okay, go right ahead.
Mark Melinda from Ward 4.
Okay.
And, where is it? And, does somebody have it right there? Mr. Rowley.
Who?
Mr. Rowley. It is
Floyd Rowley?
Floyd.
Right, okay.
I'm going to say the wrong name.
So, Councilman Weber has made a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And
Councilmember
Councilmember-
Jordan, have you made both of yours?
I made one, I still have one open, and I too have some people that are interested but have not applied yet. So
Okay.
I too am for the next meeting.
Okay. Councilman Delgado, what about you?
I'll appoint one of my two vacancies. One would
go
be
right ahead.
Matthew Fleming.
All right.
Second.
Great choice. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Definitely on my list as
So
well. Good
Councilman
choice.
Delgado has another one open, so
Right.
we can do that
Come back.
at a further meeting. And go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam
Councilman
Mayor,
Reese
I've
has
made
made
my
his.
two
Oh,
you
appointments.
did. You're
but-
right.
But what I would like to do is I would like to get this group going, even though
Yes.
the other appointments are still waiting. As I understand it, we
Yep.
can meet without a quorum of the entirety of the number
Yep.
because of the way that the rules are set up. So I just want us to get moving on it, even though we have a few more people to add. I think Councilmember Brekkis's timeliness of this committee being founded is getting a little lost as we get a little farther away from it. So I'd just like to
I
get
would
moving.
agree. Everyone's chomping at the bit, so great. I think that's a great point. Okay,
So-
and I think you've appointed all yours, Councilman
I
Breckus?
made mine. I think there's an internal document that shows that those were made by someone else, but mine are Mr. Beckson and Miss Elby, I think. So I have made mine, and that's a super idea, so.
So if I could offer just some resolution to move forward here. So the direction that I'm hearing from council is we will move forward as staff with establishing your first meeting as quorum is dictated by members appointed to the board, not total available seats. They will schedule that first meeting in the coming month or as staff who sees this fit. My office will correspond with the council members who still have vacancies. And then when you let me know that your people have applied, we will bring that forward on a future meeting.
All right. Oh,
But
and
you can
I do. Go
schedule
ahead.
it for next time, because
Yeah.
my person is applying like today. So.
Okay, as soon as and we'll touch base, once we receive those applications, I'll send those out to council so we can confirm that you have the person you're looking for, and so we'll bring that back.
All right, and I have one left, and I would like to appoint Mr. Jeff Church. Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are moving on to item H1, updates from council members on boards and commissions.
Thank you so much. I'll be sending you a report on the Nevada League of Cities and where we're at with the League of Cities and hiring a new executive director and what have you. But I didn't quite finish it, so I'm going to just send it by email to you.
That's right, you have a lot going on right now. You guys are gonna hire an executive, and then you just got new board members.
We have new board members, and I was elected to serve on the executive board representing large cities.
Nice, congratulations, awesome.
So the executive board is the ones that are dealing with the soon-to-be interviews.
Yeah, the
Interviews
ED.
for the 14 people applied for the position, and it's down to 8 now, and that's all in my little notes to you all.
Okay, perfect. All right, any other council members? No? You know, I am the liaison on the airport board. I just want to remind everyone, Marilee Mora is retiring, and I think that will be over the summer. And so they're also going to be selecting a new executive director over there. And I kind of think right now, there's actually a lot of turnover.
There are.
So turnover at RTC, turnover at the airport. It just seems like we just
Regional
had one.
Planning
We just had one at the
Commission.
flood
And we
project.
just did one at the flood.
Regional planning. And I kind of think we should have a discussion of what this council kind of, you know, would like to see in that sense. And I had asked over at the airport that they put together a stakeholders board to weigh in on some of that process, kind of like what we did with our city manager. You know, a lot of the community was involved, and I think that that is important. So I guess I would just ask those of you that represent those boards to be very vocal to your board for them to have a stakeholder process as well. Right? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. We at the RTC are very excited as well. We have 6 qualified candidates that we will be interviewing on February the 13th. But I too like your idea of getting some sort of what do you want to see in your next executive director. There is a lot of change going on. And I think it's a good thing. I think it's kind of a, there's a lot of things moving right now, so that's good.
Yeah, good, okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, to follow up on that, I mean, what I've seen done a lot is once a board gets down to, let's say, a top 2, is that they might have a public, open evening to meet the candidates and weigh in. We did it a couple times ourselves. We did it at Flood the time before, and the time before. We didn't do it this time, but the mayor made sure we did it right. So it's just a different idea, you know, as we get these things narrowed. Nevada League of Cities.
Okay. All right, that's it, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, we will move on to item H2, City Council rules updates.
Okay, any public comment?
None?
None? Okay. It says staff presentation. I guess it's all you, Dylan. All you, D.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, your Chief of Staff, here to present resolution, whatever resolution number this is, in update to your rules. You may recall in the fall, the city manager solicited your feedback on the current slate of council rules. I met with all of you individually to walk through what some of your concerns with the rules on the table may have been. What I have presented to you today is a compilation basically of the themes behind the feedback I heard for things that we can address. We walk through a lot of the same things from each of you. Better preservation of order in the meetings came up a lot. The way the meetings are organized came up a lot. And so items 1 and 2 in the staff report address some of that. Realistically, staff's ability and frankly the ability of the rules to preserve order in a meeting like this only stops insofar as you are willing to enforce the rules. And what we have right now is a set of rules that you have confidence in, and they establish a pretty clear way for you to enforce the rules. But Madam Mayor, what really came up here is a reminder that only you have the authority to delegate enforcement of those rules to somebody else as the presiding officer. So if what you are looking for is, that we adhere more strictly to a set of rules or something along those lines, you have the authority actually to designate one of your colleagues to do that sort of work, or even as happens elsewhere in the rules, somebody from the staff if you wish to do so.
Designate them to what?
To enforce the rules at hand. So you have rules, we ask for things like, more decorum at the meetings, just for example. Well, your rules do go pretty far into measures you take to preserve that decorum. The next step is enforcing them. And so what we would encourage is that we can do a couple of things. One, that you would make such a designation that one of your colleagues or yourself would elect to sort of be the person who would handle that. Alternately, we can work with you directly to provide you with more tools so that you are more comfortable finding that line and enforcing the rules to maintain the meetings that you're looking for.
And here's the thing, and I don't want my council to think that this is like about enforcing rules or trying to, put things in place that they might feel that they're not having the ability to be vocal. And I think for me, it's about some process, right? Like there's some of this, like for instance, I think we should have a process whenever Jenny brings an appeal up, right? I don't think we have any, process in place. I remember Bob said, okay, Jenny, go stand up here. And I don't know, is that necessary? I just feel like we should have a process so that it's clear, so at least if a council member wants to come forward with an appeal, that we know, what that looks like, or, I always just thought it was kind of weird that Jenny had to go up here, but we kind of always stayed with that, and maybe that's not the process that we want to go, or, do you see what I'm trying to get at? I think there's a certain process that we should outline so it's clear, so it stays the same process. Let's say Councilman Reese wants to come in and do an appeal, and it stays the same way. Maybe he ends up staying up here, but Jenny goes over here, and people think that we're treating each other differently. So that's all I'm saying is I just think we should have a process in place. And the other thing is I do wonder when it comes to the rules, and I think for the most part we are pretty good about respecting each other. There are only a few times I think that, I've had some concern. But with that being said, I also think I don't see any accountability when those things happen. And how do we do that? What does that accountability look like? So when we say these are the rules, these are the rules. Like, for instance, attacking someone's character, right, in that capacity. But maybe it's subjective. I'm sorry, but maybe I know maybe it's subjective. Maybe that person believes they didn't do it and the other person did. So, I think what is that?
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, you've walked me into sort of or painted me into a challenging corner here.
Sorry.
No, it's quite all right. The conduct of the meeting is entirely in your purview, and Rule 5.0
Dash 7368.
Well, actually, really just 5.1 determines that you have the ability to and should rely on Robert's Rules of Order in the conduct of your meetings.
Okay.
Robert's Rules of Order would then make you the presiding officer of this meeting, and in that capacity, your ability, say you believe a member of your council has stepped out of line, you have the ability to not acknowledge them to speak. You have the ability to, gavel them down as inappropriate. You have the ability, solely under your discretion, to just move along and warn them and move forward. So that is entirely within your purview. The rules themselves do go a little farther and talk about, technically in a Q&A like this, your question should be addressed to me through the city manager. Now that's awkward and a little difficult for the deliberative process, but again, that's something that is there to sort of preserve that decorum and something that you can rely on if things get tense to say, hold on a second, please stop directing that person directly and go through your manager as your rules dictate. But that is something that is entirely in your jurisdiction currently, and we wouldn't necessarily need a rule change to pursue. And the reason I couch it like that, and the reason that so many of the recommendations in here say no rule change is required, is that we can certainly go in and amend the rules. However, that reaches its natural end at the point where this council is willing to enforce them. So I think our recommendation would be to work with us to give you the tools you need to enforce what is already on paper, rather than create a new system of rules which frankly may or may not work.
Well, and I also think the reason this is an important topic, and I would, for my council, is I feel like sometimes we can have a much more effective meeting. And I think really that's my goal here, is that we can have a much more effective process. And so, that's why I think it's good to put it on the agenda to talk about it, because I'd like to get the feedback from other council members. And really, that's my goal, is to make it so it is much more effective. We have really long council meetings now, really long. And it's so funny when I talk to the council or Sparks, or County or Sparks, they're like, what do you mean you're in a 12-hour meeting? You know what I mean? So I kind of feel like, are we doing something to not be as effective? Or, I also have a real problem when we have sat here for a long time and we hear someone's case at, the 14th hour, and we're exhausted. Everyone up here, that is not fair for our community, our constituents that come here that want to be heard. So I do worry about how effective are we being, and sometimes I think we also have to do our homework before we get here. I get you might want things on the record. I get that. But sometimes if you can do your homework before you get up here, that can help also streamline a meeting. And you're also being respectful for the people that come to our meeting as well. And, they want to hear their item. I mean, you've seen people sit here. We have all watched people sit here for 8 hours just waiting for their item to come forward. So that's why I'm saying I think it has to be a process of being effective, but we all have to be doing this together and rowing in the same direction.
Well, and to that end, Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. There are proposals here. When you talk about meeting effectiveness, item 2 on the staff report list is about the way the meetings are organized. We heard that a lot from you and your colleagues. The city manager has already made changes to streamline the briefing process for agendas, and frankly, we are, without highlighting anybody in particular, we're seeing a lot more participation in those, which I think has been positive. And of course, I may have recency bias, having been at this job for just about 13 days. But the questions we are getting are more in depth than we would previously get, and again, the participation rate is higher. you know, as far as other sort of more effective meetings, I think that we are in the process now of changing the way staff prepares staff reports and the process, the sort of behind the scenes machinations that occur before an agenda gets to you.
Yeah.
One of the things I was tasked with when I started on the 3rd was really getting a handle on reviewing staff reports and how they're reviewed and things like that. Again, to make sure that the information that you see is the most useless for you and that you're as prepared as possible when you get into these chambers.
Okay.
Again, that's something that we don't believe requires a rule change.
Yeah.
Item 3, something we heard a lot from the council, safer meetings, again, does not require a rule change. We have heard this concern. We will continue to make changes like you've seen previously with you know, folks now having to go through the metal detector and things like that. We want to make sure that the public knows that this is a safe space. Sometimes things get tense in here, and we want to obviously preserve the safety of our employees, but we also we don't want the public to walk into this place and think it's time for a showdown. And so we will continue to take steps to sort of de-escalate the tension of those interactions.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask the council to weigh in because I know that they probably have a lot of thoughts. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I want to just say a couple of things. First of all, thank you, Dylan. It's sort of a thankless job, quite frankly, that we've asked you to take on, and I think you've done that discreetly and you know, with you know, even-handedness, I guess what it would say, because of course each member may have different thoughts about what rules are important, and ultimately those rules are in place, I think, and we have to remember why they're in place. One is for each other, right? How we interact with one another, which I think is generally positive, and there have been a couple of times where things have you know, veered away from our core values of respect for each other. And I think in my limited experience in the last year, when those things have happened, it's not the norm. It's sort of out of the ordinary. And so I don't want us to think that this is in any way, none of us want to police each other, of course, and we're all working very hard. And so I think there's a degree of that. Second is towards the staff. I mean, I think it is important that we are extending the same courtesies that we extend to each other with our staff. And part of this is that process. And then the third piece is probably the most important. It's how we interact with the public. Again, I take no pleasure at any time in interacting negatively with any member of the public. And occasionally, I don't know if it's just my personality type kind of comes out, and it is more sort of rule-based, and I like to move things along, and that's just who I am as I'm wired. But all of these rules are intended so that the public who comes here to interact and have their voice be known can come here and not have to sit through a 10-hour meeting if their item is 5 minutes. I mean, I think we're trying to do our best to make sure that we are transparent and open with our citizenry as we conduct the business of the city. And then again, I guess I would look at one of the examples today. You know, I am someone who believes that an early motion may set the tone for the discussions. I don't want to foreclose anyone discussing any item. The rules don't permit me to truncate that. But sometimes in making an early motion, and to my good friend to my right, the point is the early motion and the second may tend to signal the direction, at least of some of the members, because we don't know until we come into this room who's voting on what item. And so I observe that there are certain items which are relatively mundane, or they're less caustic than other items. And so when I have signaled for an early motion, it certainly wasn't to stop anyone from participating. It's just to get it out there, and then we discuss the motion, right? And our rules say that we can do that, or we can go through a whole process of talking about it and then motioning and talking about it again. I think that is where the public is getting frustrated with the length of it. And so I guess I want to thank you. I'm just sharing with my colleagues where I come from on these issues. And ultimately, it's, again, in the service of one another, in the service of our staff, in the service of our community.
Madam Mayor, may I highlight something that the good council member referred to?
Oh, go right ahead.
item 5 on the staff proposal does clarify under section 7 that the order, a sort of standard order of business for you would be, to receive the staff report, engage in question and answer with staff, hear public comment, make your motion, debate that motion, and vote. And the reason that's in there is this body oftentimes sort of engages in a process of what I think we could generously refer to as motion crafting by committee, where you sort of have pre-motion discussion and come to a consensus motion, but then when the time comes to make that motion, it's just sort of like, yes, we move to do that. And it leaves staff in the position of having to sort of go back and decipher from the record what you said. Now, which, if that's how you like to do things, we will dutifully continue to do. However, we think perhaps a more succinct way, and perhaps something that the Councilmember Reese has unintentionally laid out for us, is that after the Q&A is done, to start the conversation, you would then put a motion on the record, discuss what you like, don't like about that. It can always be retracted or voted down, but at least it keeps the record cleaner for us.
I think, too, I would just add that it's not always necessary, from my perspective, that we have a presentation. If we have diligently participated in the lead up to the meetings, meaning either we're reading the materials on our own very thoroughly or we're going to the staff briefings, I'm not sure it's always a requisite to have that. And sometimes we kind of intuitively sense that among ourselves, and so perhaps we go through rather quickly those things. Certainly on matters of great importance, we obviously are doing staff presentations and we're asking applicants at times to come up. Again, I'm not trying to truncate it, because I think there are conditions, and you saw us go through a pretty quick meeting today, quite frankly, because there were things that were very straightforward, on which there was no debate, there was no give and
Well, they're
take.
different issues, right?
Yeah.
We know that one is gonna take, much longer than the other, So you're right. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Shaver, for the work you've done on this. I guess I just want to, for the mayor's information, Title 18 is being updated, and when she talks about appeals, that's really the place for that. I mean, maybe
I'm not saying it isn't.
yeah, I mean, it's going to come up.
Yeah.
The Planning Commission had a workshop last night, and it's going to come up. How we move about in the room, is maybe rules, but I just wanted to let her know that. So 7.0 is one that I highlighted, and that is the questions, motions, discussion, and voting. And there is a presentation there, there is a provision there that gives the presiding officer the ability to forego a presentation. And much like today with the early motion, I don't think that's good process. I think that we all have an equal vote here, and if any member feels for whatever reason they need a presentation from staff, because we have a strong mayor or a strong manager with the staff very integral, I think the privilege of any member should be to ask for that presentation. And so that's what the early motion cuts off, because it's dialogue among us when a motion's on the table, my understanding. So I think that if we're gonna get to votes on these provisions, I think that the value of any member for whatever, because you gotta remember, a lot of these are geography-based. And some of us may not have our head in the geography, okay? Or the assignment base. So that's number one on 7.1. In 6.12, I'm going to work up. In 6.12, there's a reference to that we say, not Miss Weber, but my member from Ward 4, or not Mr. Shaver, but the staff member who holds the position of that. I don't think that's us. I think we've made jumps from where we were 6 years ago and not saying Naomi and Dylan, I like the last names, but I don't think that's us. So I would delete those 6.12 references. I think they're just not where we're at. Now, 3.10, so I'm very specific in my comments today on this, because this is up for adoption. And we can, I just want to get all this out there, and then maybe we can go back. 3.10 in remote participation, we have such a value of transparency, and I would like for any member to call in to hold ourselves to say where we are and who we are with. I think that's important transparency, and I think it's actually in some state laws, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's coming forward. But that's not a major one for me.
Repeat
It's,
that, what did you say?
okay, so this is Councilmember Breckus. I'm calling in from my residence in Southwest
you mean
Reno,
you're
and
on
I
the
am
phone?
alone.
You're on the phone.
I'm on the phone.
Okay,
So
okay.
where you are and who you're with, whose company you are with. I think it's a due process thing. I could be sitting there with someone in my ear feeding me, this, that, or another thing, and I have heard of that happening with other bodies in this state. So anyway, that's that. 3.6, I think we need to make a decision if we're gonna go to electric voting or not, because it says when not available or whatever. Are we gonna do electric voting or not? Because it's always hanging out there. But 3.11 is really my hardest one that I'm having a time with, and that's who gets to put something on the agenda and when. It's internally inconsistent as it reads, and it's been inconsistent as it looks. And I'll tell you my view on that is, one, it's come up as recently with the attorney wanting something on the agenda, and he didn't get it on. And he said, in a correspondence to us, he wants it on, but he was preempted from that. Who sets the agenda is the manager. And I like the provision that anyone can ask for something, but they should notify the others. I think the attorney and the clerk should also be allowed to ask for anything on the agenda. And I think what should happen is anything can go on the agenda at any time, in collaboration with the manager on the timing of that. But if any member objects to it being on, that it goes to a vote on whether or not it's going to be heard. Let's just make it that way. This way, it's very unclear if it's the mayor, whoever she points to, or the manager. It's just very, it's internally inconsistent, that 3.0, and we've been having problems with it. I had an issue with it this summer, and the attorney just had a problem with it, and I think he should have the privilege of putting any item on if he wants. So I'd like a little more work on some of these.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, she brought up a couple of things that are perhaps out of date. When we refer to items 6.12 and 6.13, that was an issue we flagged during briefings and in consultation with the city attorney's office, and we circulated a memo this morning. I apologize for the late delivery of that memo, available at your desks.
I didn't see that. Sorry.
To make a change in that regard. Rather than asking you to refer to each other by ward number, it just specifies that we should use title and last name. Again, that's something in my experience, adding that stutter step is just a little helpful in de-escalating tension and preserving sort of the formality of our interactions, as much as I appreciate when the mayor calls me D, and I truly do. I appreciate that warmth.
We need to be a little human up here. I think this is a very intimidating setting for people. I have been here as a resident, and it was very intimidating. I think, honestly, showing people that we are human, that we do have feelings. I mean, a lot of people stand up here and, call us names or certain things like that. And, we're all human up here. And I think that we should all act like that. And especially because the residents aren't used to that kind of, matter of fact, we use a lot of jargon up here that our residents don't understand. After we make a motion, a lot of time they're like, what does that mean, right? So I think we kind of have to be a little more human at times so that we're all on the same level. So there you go, Dee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I also bring up, because Councilwoman Breckus brought this up to me before, is that she was unhappy with the way that my name reads on the agenda because it puts it over, council members. And so can we put that along with council members? Is that just a technical thing? Or?
That doesn't require a rule change.
Okay.
We can.
I think that we can make that change with our formatting. It might take a meeting or two with our vendor, but I don't think that has to be in the rules.
Madam Mayor?
Why?
I'm up. Can I?
Go right ahead.
I'm going to push back on that one. While we all may have an equal voting right, I think I don't want to send confusion to anybody in the community about who our mayor is and who the council members are. I don't find any problem with having the mayor's name on top. Frankly, I prefer it to be that way. I mean, at the end of the day, we do all have one vote, and I think that's of value. So I'm not, Madam Mayor, and this is one of my subject. I think we can't ask the public to observe a level of decorum and professionalism if we, in fact, aren't going to do it ourselves. And whatever the terminology is when we refer to each other, I agree. I think it's degrading if I say Oscar, even though sometimes we may do that and it might be by accident. It is Councilmember Delgado. He has earned that title, and he by all means should be referred to it by each other. My bigger concern is when we start not going through you to be recognized for our comments. And what I mean by that is we start to get a little loosey-goosey, and we all start to kind of jump in. And to me, what slows it for a second and gets the decorum back on track is to make sure that, Madam Mayor, may I be recognized, you know, that sort of thing. And then you're the keeper of all process here. And I think that's an easy way, rather than jumping in, even though we're all very eager to get our opinions across, is to bringing it back to, Madam Mayor, you recognize me, then I make my comments or put my question.
And it can be very effective, and I will say that I do see that sometimes that happens.
There's some crossover, and it doesn't make for a very clean record either. And I just think it kind of brings it back to, you know, we can only demand of others what we are performing ourselves, and that to me is an easy fix. Madam Mayor, if I may continue. See what I did there? She recognized first, and she said, please continue. My question, and I don't see it in the rules, and it's something that we recently addressed at Tumwa, is any representation by any single member of this body that could give the impression that it is coming from that body. The example is Ms. Breckus wrote a letter asking for somebody to resign, and it was on City of Reno letterhead, and the opening line said, as a Tumwa board member. And it could have given the impression, the media received it, and it could have given the impression that it was from one or both of those bodies and not from an individual in their personal opinion, which it absolutely has the right to be. And I don't know where in our rules we have something like that, or in our rules where it says you can't be taking, or you shouldn't be taking any city materials home and producing something representative from the body that should be more transparent and produced
Or if that's
at
your
the city.
own opinion, right?
Yes, and if it's your own opinion, then you write it on a blank letterhead and let that be the case. I just don't, do we have anything on that? I mean, we addressed it and we changed the rules at Tumwa to make sure that it was clarified so that the voice of one doesn't get amplified under the assumption that it's the voice of the board when in fact it's never been discussed at the board.
And I think also that reminds me when we're at the legislature and someone might go down there and testify in what, because I think Naomi, that was one when, you know, you were down there testifying. It wasn't something council did, but I think.
No, it was on the ratification of women.
No, I thought it was solar.
Oh,
There was a-
anytime I
there was a
testified
solar.
in my
I'm just
private
saying,
capacity,
you-
I recognized.
You typically go down there and you say, that,
Yeah.
you know, I'm speaking on my own behalf, not as
Correct.
a City of Reno representative,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
So, in response to Councilmember Jordan's question with regard to invoking some sort of rule similar to what the Water Authority just did, which you were kind enough to send me, my understanding with this set of rules, and I'm going to look to Mr. Shipman for his interpretation, is we're really talking about what governs these proceedings and the attendant processes around these proceedings. If you would like to restrict council member behavior or impose other sort of rules around council members, we would look at it similarly to the way we handled, for example, the harassment and non-discrimination policy, where we would bring a policy forth for you to adopt separately from the council rules. Mr. Shipman, is that appropriate?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And so to that end, if that is something the council wishes to explore, we've got an internal process for policymaking. Typically, the ones that apply to the council, like I said, like we saw with our harassment policy, I believe the land acceptance policy was similarly situated. This council would then have to vote on that.
Madam Mayor, may I respond?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So, okay, thank you for that clarification. I didn't know where that would be housed. And of course, this item would have to come back on an agenda for further discussion by the board as a whole, if and in fact, the manager through our, and the mayor through our agenda approval process decided to put it on. So I would go through those mechanisms in proper procedure, correct?
That is correct. And should you adopt the rules before you today, 3.1.1, all it suggests is that you notify your colleagues you have made such a request. The discretion then under what is currently 3.1.1, but would be renumbered to conform, then lies with the city manager and the mayor. As we saw with Mr. Hall's item, they proposed something, and this happens a lot at a staff level. I have done it with some of the folks I supervise. Some things we just deem not to be appropriate to come here. Maybe they're better handled with a memo. Maybe they're better handled in an attorney-client briefing. So not everything ends up on the agenda. If something gets through the city manager and the mayor doesn't care for it, she does, under your current rules and under the rules proposed here, she does have the ability to object. And then if she and the city manager disagree about what should happen there, well, all I can tell you is that I stay out of that mess.
All right, thanks, Dylan. Well, and there's been times like I say, okay, maybe we could put that on the agenda, but then like literally the next week, everyone's getting a meeting together, so we're kind of hashing those things out, so I don't have to come here. And matter of fact, sometimes it's not even relevant to, the council. And so you're right, there are different priorities and different situations.
If I may be so bold, the city manager, whether it is our current city manager or future city manager, is likely very sensitive to their relationship with this body, and as such will weigh that in making determinations. And I think that's why that rule is there. You previously had, I believe we called them L items at the time prior to my arrival, where basically council could devote staff time to things. And it was a tremendous use of staff resources to do that, which is, I think, how we ended up in this new setup.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. So there's already been a lot of conversation. I don't want to kind of bog things down a bit. I'll go to something simple and then some more complex. About this issue of addressing, now, I didn't get your memo before. I didn't get a chance to read it about addressing each other. You and I talked about it at the briefing. Here's one of my challenges. So I'm a council member here. I'm a commissioner on 4 other boards. I'm a trustee. I'm an advisor. I'm a chair. I sometimes, because I don't know, we're in so many things so often, even though we're here all day, or part of a day, I think it's still appropriate to call each other Mr. and Mrs. or Mr. Ms. When we need to. I just sometimes don't get all the words out or remember, no, I'm not at regional planning, I'm at the council, I'm not at the, where I'm at. And so I want to just ask for the forgiveness of my colleagues in advance. I may not get that whole title out, but I will usually use the word Mr. or Mrs. or Mr. Ms., whatever, and that is meant to convey respect. And same to the manager, sometimes Madam Manager, sometimes it's Ms. Manager, sometimes, who knows what, but, and it could even be occasionally Sabra, but, rarely, but, it could happen, and I just want to say in advance, like, I'm giving my apologies in advance, so. I don't know what you considered, because I have a struggle. If this is going to be a rule that we have to call each other council member every single time, I'm going to struggle with that, so I just wanted to let you know.
I think we do a good job.
I do too, so.
Well, and the language that we proposed after, frankly, our conversation from yesterday is very deliberate in saying that members should refrain from references to
okay, got it.
by first name.
We'll just move on. I just put it out on the record so people know. I was really, I too, for almost 6 years, we've left presentations up to if a council member wants one, we let it go. And I just think that's a good process. So I rather like the process you laid out here, because we can always skip a step.
Yeah,
we can always skip a step.
I didn't think we had an issue with that.
No, but I mean, it's laid out, it's like regular order. So I just wanted to confirm, I appreciate your 7.0 and 7.1 and those, it lays it out. And it also clarifies that we're gonna take public comment before we at least vote on a motion. And hopefully maybe even make a motion, because often we'll make a motion, then we'll hear public comment, we want to amend the motion. So I kind of like what you laid out here. Just wanted to put that out there. I have a question on the 3.11, which is about the council member may request placement of an item on the agenda. So we've changed this a number of times, and I just want to make sure I know what we would want to be doing. I like this concept that we would notify our colleagues, because I have been feeling like nobody knows I'm even interested in this topic. I've been told I can't really announce it at the meeting anymore, which is when it was a very good time to let people know I'm interested in this topic. I'm going to request an agenda item. So they know right up at the beginning. What you have here now is it's kind of unclear. We can request replacement. It doesn't, I didn't know whether it's to the manager, to the mayor, any member. Are we supposed to write a memo? I just wanted to know how you visualize this working.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Dewar. See, I'm lucky because I have your names right in front of you. But as to your question about how we would envision it working, so this is an imported rule from other jurisdictions. It could be as simple as, you have, I believe, council@reno.gov. Hey, everybody, I
No, I
talked to
mean,
the city
are you just
manager.
saying send a memo? Are you saying?
It can be just an email.
Could we announce it at the meeting, or is that not as good, maybe, because
I
everyone's
think
not
that-
here, maybe?
I think that that's a determination for the attorneys. I think under your H items, I think that it would be appropriate to say, hey, just so everybody knows, I've
Board
asked
comment?
the city manager, yeah.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah, what
Yeah,
would you
that's-
prefer?
That's what
is
I'm, you're right.
Madam
go
Mayor,
ahead.
if I may, this was a rule that we had in Clark County, and essentially the request was made of the manager for the agenda item. Once the manager then had a conversation with that council member about, and maybe clarified what it was that was being requested, then that council member or their liaison wrote up kind of a summary just to send via email to the colleagues saying, and not for reply,
like
just
it.
to send it out and
Yeah.
say, I have requested an item to do this.
I like it. And also, there was a recommendation that their name be put by it on the agenda. I like that, too. So people know if someone's asking, now the public knows it's on an agenda.
Agreed. It is helpful because there have been times when council members have asked for items. And then when I get into briefing with staff,
Like, where'd
the
this come
question
from?
is, exactly where did this come from? So that helps inform everyone up front about where the item is coming from.
And then lastly, just a comment in passing. I mean, we are 2.5 times bigger than Sparks, 2.5 times bigger than unincorporated Washoe County. I don't know that it's that weird that our meetings would be at least 2.5 times longer. Seriously, we have so many items and so much growth happening. I'm not saying 10 times longer, but it's not unexpected that they're going to be a little bit longer than 2 hours. That's just my feeling. Should they be 10 hours? No. But, I'm just saying, we have so much on our plate. Right. I know, but we're seeking to make them shorter. And I think we're doing a good job because look at this. We're allowed to spend time on something I think is important to us without, and then we've zoomed through a lot of other stuff. So thank
All
you.
right. Councilman Reese. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I will defer to the gentlewoman from Ward 4.
Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that I really appreciate going over these rules as one of the newer council members, because I think by having this discussion, we have seen now the things that have happened over the last year, and I can look and refer to you all and say some of the things that we're talking about, we should never take your name off the top of the list. You are the mayor, and in every other entity that you look at, they always identify who the chairman is or who the mayor is or whatever. So I would
No, and
appreciate if you didn't request
no,
that.
And I appreciate it, but I do try to be really respectful of all of the things that you guys want on the agenda.
But Madam Mayor, you are the mayor, and that is a way of showing respect is having that there. So that's just my comment. Number two, that has not been mentioned at all, and I think is really important, is that we should identify a break period, that we will be taking a break in the future and, or whatever, and that it should be on every one of our agenda items, that there is a possibility of a break between 1 and 2 o'clock, and it will be as close to 1 or 2 o'clock, or however it is identified, and that everyone knows it, and we're not being disrespectful to someone that you would like to talk to, but I think it's important that that's what we need to do and determine.
So I think, to Councilwoman Weber's point, it's a great idea. Now, there are times when everyone looks at me and says, we don't want to take breaks. We want to just get through this, and especially when we have a heavy agenda. However, I think to Councilwoman Weber's point, Madam Clerk, it might be good at the beginning of the meeting to say, also would like to make the public aware that there is a potential that we will be taking a break between, such and such time. So people aren't surprised, I guess, when we get up and take a break. Maybe that, because I don't know how many people are reading the agenda. So maybe if you announce it, and I can even,
It should be
put
in
a
the
script
agenda,
together,
though.
but I think you're right, so that people know that we're going to.
And when we did it, when we had to finally do it at the county years ago, we did put it in the agenda, and we did talk about it. The clerk would suggest it, that there's a possibility, and that the mayor doesn't look to everyone, but determines that after such and such, you can say it as you're announcing what the next item is, that we'll be taking a break after this, it'll be this amount of time, and then the people that are waiting can go out and take their own break or come back.
Yeah.
But I think we need to do it, and it needs to be every single time, at least for a while, and you just do it. And that we know that we can go to the office, we can go get something to eat, and instead of having to leave the meeting in an important thing because we want to go use the restroom.
Yeah, so we can put it on the agenda too.
Thank you,
Good, I
Madam
liked it.
Mayor. Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff, for the record. That again is something we can do administratively and does not require a rule change. Just to try it out, we can ask for sort of a quick poll as to the timing, but I think Councilmember Weber brought up a great window. We can sort of, similar to our time certains, add it in no later than 1 p.m. or something along those lines.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Ever so quickly, Madam Mayor, I just want to say, in no particular order, I do believe any member should be able to request a staff presentation, even if I am, motioning early at any time. And again, that goes back to your discretion to do that. Second is, I think I appreciate how the conduct of the meetings has been done already in terms of how a member may ask for an item to be placed on the agenda. I leave that in the hands of Madam Manager and Madam Mayor in this case to make those come. I think it's incredibly difficult for us to appreciate at times how much goes into what comes onto an agenda and how long they are. And I know that you're balancing competing concerns, you're balancing agenda items being placed in a timely manner relative to budget and all those things. So I continue to rely upon you, Madam Manager, and you, Madam Mayor, to do those things. And then the only other thing I was going to say is I too believe that the letterhead or agenda should not be changed. It should reflect exactly as it does today, the position as it's identified there. And then the last thing I'll comment about is the use of letterhead. I'm not sure that that was germane necessarily to this, but I do believe that each of us have the right to use the letterhead as we see fit. I mean, I certainly have used the letterhead infrequently, I think maybe once or twice in my time here, but sometime for reason, and I am always only representing myself in doing so. I'm not binding the other members of this body to my statements. I got involved in a discussion with the GSR, for example, in the earlier months of the last year where I was encouraging them to treat fairly their workers or something. And certainly no one there believed that I was speaking for anyone other than myself. And so anytime that the letterhead comes out, I think it's for good reason. And certainly we all have the right to use it as we see fit. don't use my name in vain unless you ask me about it.
And I concur with that. Councilman Burkus.
Yeah, I really want to focus on the what's ahead of us, but I feel because I've been mentioned by name, I want to make 2 points. Is once, I believe in a private conversation, I said that the word council members should be struck from the agenda because whose names would be on the agenda if they weren't council members? So that's the once and all for the record. And secondly, there was a reference to working at home and doing work at home on letterhead or whatever. We all work at home, but I want to make it known that the letter that I sent on letterhead to Mr. Pogny was done here, but so anyway, that's another topic. It's not up here today, but I'd be very careful because I still maintain that those Tumwa rules compel speech and are government compelling speech and are vulnerable to challenges. Now, the 3.1, I think, of the members putting on the agenda, I want to play through a scenario. So say council member me asks for an item, and then when you go into this next bit, it says, except where expressly directed by the mayor, the vice mayor during absence, disability, or vacancy, the mayor shall set and prepare the agenda for all meetings. So say mayor vacancy is Mr. Mayor Pro Tem here, or Mr. Vice Mayor we call, and he says, no, I don't want that on. So requester me, and the manager says, oh, okay, I'll just do whatever mayor, vice mayor said, you can't have it on. And then I go to the manager and say, look, it's the vice mayor can do it, but you can overrule him. So what happened here? I want to know, did he object to my item, and why did you not overrule him? It's just really puts a lot of pitting of 3 of us who sit up here. So I think it's poorly crafted, and I will also argue for the right of the attorney who's individually elected to put items on the agenda and the clerk. So I would like to take this to a vote or to direction, absolutely. And number 2, the second one that I've been pretty focusing on is I don't believe that it's clear with 7.1 as written, because it does say, so I think some of the things I've heard you all say, if we adopt this as written, you're not going to get where you think you want to go. And that is that it's still, and there may be ambiguity with Roberts, but it says in here, and this is the end of the new 7.1, last sentence in red, the presiding officer may opt to forego this presentation for items when it may be unnecessary. So the presiding officer, if we do this as written, can still overrule a member asking for that. So that's that. And then that's a point. And I didn't bring this up before. I think and maybe we do this with Title 18, I think we should put under certain circumstances, people will make testimony under oath, or at least ask staff to do that. Putting people under oath is a very common practice. But we can save that for another day. But I think we need to clarify today at minimum, and a lot of people have mentioned other issues, and I'm fine, saying come back and work on these. But today, I think we need to figure out this 3.1 so it's clear, and this 7.1 so it's clear. So if anyone else doesn't have any comment, I would make well, I guess there's others waiting, so.
Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam. I'll be very brief. I think the blessing and sometimes the hard stuff about it is that we are the largest community in Washoe County. And because of that, we've got to see ourselves different than the city of Sparks or Washoe County. And because also, I think we also are very accessible. We make ourselves accessible. And so I think the pros are that people feel engaged, they feel like they can come out and speak, and that's what we want. The cons are that our meetings are a little bit longer. But also with respect to how well you've been able to lead us in some of these and make changes as appropriate, we've got to hold ourselves accountable in terms of decorum, and I think we've got to acknowledge that more and more and more. And I think we're getting there under your leadership and among our colleagues here, but I'd really like to also enforce and throw out an olive arm to our city attorney and to our city manager and really engage with them a little bit more about saying we would love your jumping in, as I think, Saber, you've done, Mrs. City Manager, sorry, newbie, that you've done a great job doing, and so really trying to advocate on their behalves too. I'd hate for somebody to feel as though they're the bad guy up here. The good cop, bad cop kind of thing. And so kind of we've got to all hold ourselves accountable to the best that we can, and also make sure we encourage and support our staff, right? And so just want to bring it back to that. We've got our series, see ourselves different. We've done a good job moving forward. So we've got to acknowledge that and make sure that we can't also hold ourselves to being the same as Sparks or Washoe County, unfortunately, because our population itself is larger than Sparks and Washoe County. Is that not right, Mr. Shaver? Combined, correctly. So we're just going to have some of those stronger issues that we're going to have to deal with. And again, the accessibility factor is a big part of that. So just as much as we want to streamline it, we've got to also deal with the realities that of how we deal business on a day-to-day basis. So.
And I totally agree with you. I think you make some great points. I would also ask the council to be aware, I try to limit it to 3 minutes. And I always try to say, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I would ask council members to be respectful and to watch the time that you do use up, because it does hinder other council members from weighing in and also getting their comments on the record.
I want to point out something. You see these two different times?
Yeah,
One's
I go by the
35
back
and
one.
it just drives me nuts. I don't know
Yeah.
which clock ever I'm really on. So.
Right. And Councilman Delgado, you bring up a very good point in the sense, I will tell you.
You didn't?
That the last couple of council meetings had made me feel very, very uncomfortable with some comments that were directed at staff. And I think they have a really, really hard job going out there every day and taking direction from us, then also, hearing from the community. They play a lot of different roles. And I also think, to attack someone personally, and I've seen it up here to our staff, is that this body has to say that we won't tolerate that. And when that happens, how do we stop that? Because I actually am sort of seeing it become more and more, and I feel like there has to be some way that is just not acceptable behavior. And I kind of addressed it over the phone, but I think we have to send a very clear message that our staff matters and that we acknowledge their hard work. But when someone up here from our body attacks them personally, that's an issue. And I think we have to somehow address that, because it's not okay. And quite frankly, it makes all of us feel very uncomfortable. And I don't want that. I want us to have a lot of dialogue between each other. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And just to that point, I've witnessed some very uncomfortable things, and I feel bad for our staff. I'll just leave it there. They are affected by it, and at the end of the day, they are community members as well. And to call into question their content character is, in my opinion, inexcusable. I did want to clarify on the letterhead thing, and I know I'm getting off topic a slight, but maybe I wasn't clear. And maybe there's a way to rectify if you're going to use, maybe the opening line is that I'm writing this as an individual or something. Maybe that rectifies it. The issue with Tama wasn't about that. The issue was that it was asking a contractually chosen vendor, contractor, to resign from the Tumwa board. That was the discussion point, was those sorts of decisions should be made at the board level, not put out by an individual when the board has not known about it or discussed it. So I wasn't clear with what that, and I know you voted in favor of that as well, Councilwoman Doer. So anyway, that was just for some clarity. Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's move on. Okay.
Madam Mayor, you asked a question in your way. I wasn't sure if it was rhetorical or direct, but for the record, Dylan Shaver, in the interest of clarity, now being the by far longest agenda item on your agenda today, I heard from a number of you on the tail end of last council meeting about the issue you brought up with regard to council treatment of staff and so forth. And realistically, your rule 6.1.3 is very clear. City council members shall not berate or admonish staff members. Admonish is a fairly light standard. realistically, just going back to the council manager form of government in and of itself as established by your charter, that's really the purview of the city manager. So that's really already in your rules, a provision to stop that. We could spell out some sort of automatic penalty box, but realistically, again, we run into a place where, as staff, we don't have the ability to enforce that.
But I do know in some other cities, they remove council members for, attacking people. And they have to leave the rest of the meeting. I'm not saying that's what we're doing. I want everyone to know that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if there's not any repercussion for your actions, then you just continue to get to do it. And that's my, it can really be disruptive and create a very negative culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I don't know what that looks like. Maybe as we look at other cities, I'm just saying there is some form of way to hold someone accountable. And,
That is correct, Madam Mayor, and we believe you, as the presiding officer over the meeting, have those tools at your disposal already.
Is that what we call this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It may be unfamiliar to you, however.
I know, I'm not a big fan of the gavel. I don't enjoy it. I think it's, it just is not my style, right? So.
Yes, ma'am, and we certainly understand that. We're not going to make members of the council different people, and you were elected as mayor and as members of the council to bring your unique styles and perspective to this body. And to that end, we go back to where I started, which is Rule 2.5 gives you the authority to preserve order and decorum, enforce compliance with the rules, and confine discussion to the question at hand. You may designate somebody to do that on your behalf, should you so choose, but only you may make such an election.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Saber Danby, I really appreciate the support and the comments from the council members regarding treatment of staff. It's been something that I have worked on steadily since my time joining the city of Reno. I heard once that what you tolerate, you advocate. And in my mind, if you don't tolerate it, you don't advocate it either. And I would never advocate treating staff poorly, particularly at the dais. So I appreciate your words. And you have my commitment that I will speak up and invoke your rules anytime I see our staff treated poorly, admonished, or I forget what the other word was, at the dais here, because I believe that's my job.
And I want to point out, public speaking is really difficult for a lot of people. I particularly don't like it, which is so weird to be in this role. Like, it makes people very nervous whenever they get up here. I mean, Lori and I talk about it. I know she puts her head down, but it can be really uncomfortable and really intimidating. So you topple that on with, someone that's from staff that's trying to answer questions from a council member, and they're feeling, sort of attacked and, berated, and that has got to be so uncomfortable. And that's the last thing I ever want our staff to feel like. That's just, it's not okay and it's not fair. And so whatever we can do to minimize that, I want to make sure that we're doing that. I'm going to move on, but I also want to say thank you, Councilwoman Weber. I think this is probably long overdue. Like you were saying, you're one of our newest members, or actually Councilman Reese. But a lot of these, if we don't go over them, then we can't change them. This isn't, about going after any one council member or trying to, be difficult, or, I'm not trying to just single out anyone, but at the same time, we have to talk about this or it doesn't get better. And at the end of the day, all of us need to be rooting for Reno, all of us, whether we agree with one another or not. At the same time, we need to walk off this dais and show kindness and respect for each other and get along and root for Reno. Regardless, like I said, that we all might have different issues with different things, but at the end of the day, we all need to be on Reno's team. We have a great city, and we all should be reflecting that. So I want to move on. Dylan, how can I help you get there? How can I?
Move to adopt.
All right. So I have a motion, and I have a second? No? Okay. A second? Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thought that staff would hear some of what we said and maybe go tweak this a little bit. Is that, I mean, you, for example, already said that you're going to drop out 6.1 or whatever it was, the Mr. and Mrs. Councilman
6.12.
thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar, to save you the time, because I've got it up right here.
Yeah.
So we did provide a memo this morning with an alternate motion, which would be I move to approve staff recommendations with the changes represented in the supplemental materials, which would replace the language that in 6.1.1 through 6.1.3 that you're referring to.
And then we've had an explanation in 3.11 about getting something on the agenda. I mean, that was very helpful. I mean, I'm generally comfortable with it. I'm not sure if we're making any changes on video conferencing. The only thing I was wondering is when I am video conferencing, having done it a few times now, sometimes it's hard to know who's here and who's not here. You know, because the picture on the screen doesn't match up with the words on the phone. And so sometimes just that's different. I'm just reflecting. I'm not asking for a rule change. But sometimes it is good either for the clerk or somebody to reflect, you know, how many people voted for or against, or I don't know if there's an improvement to that process, and I'm not recommending it right here, right now. It's just something to think about, you know, if there's ways. Okay. Because you experienced it, I'm sure.
Councilmember Dewar, my motion was to include the supplemental things from today. I understood those had just been fixed, for lack of better words, so my motion is to suck up the supplemental ones.
Very good.
But I have no changes on the other ones. I believe the other ones are broad enough to accommodate the various things.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I may speak on the motion,
Okay, go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. Yeah, I'm not going to support it. I think 3.11 is going to continue to give us problems in terms of how items do not get on the agenda. And it does not give the city attorney the privilege, and I think he deserves it. So I have a problem with that, and I'm not going to support it, but maybe through letting everyone know when items come on, there'll be more illustration of what activities trying to get on the agenda, what's not making it on, and maybe it'll solve that. But I think it still has the potential to pit the requesting individual, the manager, put the manager in a tough position, because if it's objected by the mayor or the mayor, someone in the mayor's stead, the manager has to weigh between the mayor and the member. That's not acceptable to me. I just think it's not good collaborative. I have no problem taking it to a vote and people vote whether or not to go. That's where I would go. So that does not work for me. 7.1 does not work for me because it does not give the respect to the member to have a presentation if they feel they need one. And I cannot believe that we're going to be a body that will not give every member the right to have a presentation from our staff resources to have the information they feel they need at that moment to make a decision. So I'm not supporting the motion, and I think it's a step backwards, actually.
Okay. So I'm trying to think, with the presentation, there's never been once, anytime a council member comes and asks for a presentation, and I'll always say, would you like a presentation? If you weigh in, you say yes. It has never once been denied on this body ever, so I want to make that really clear. And so I think it works. Sometimes you might chime in and say, I want a presentation. We grant that. I have never not granted that. I think everyone has a different style, like Councilman Reese was saying. He just sort of jumps in. Sometimes, you know, we also get in a groove, and there's a different pace that happens up here. So that has nothing to do with not trying to have open dialogue or process up here, and so I want you to know that. And I think he addressed that several times. I think it works. If you guys ever want a presentation, we will totally grant it, you know, because I think that's a fair point, that everyone should have that ability to have that.
If I may respond, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
The change amendment gives elevated privilege to the residing member to forego those. So it's not even it even takes it in an opposite direction. And I think these are rules not only for us, but for those who follow and for whoever may be in the stead. So I think that it takes it in a different direction, contrary to the practice you're explaining. And for those reasons, that one and the other one, I will not be supporting the motion on the table.
Okay, thanks. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with that, the next item for the council meeting is your 6 p.m. hearing. So at this time, I would recommend that we recess the city council meeting and we call your redevelopment agency board to order. It is a short agency board, so I would recommend that we continue with this before council breaks before their 6 p.m. hearing.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, roll call for the redevelopment agency. Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
Weber. Jarden. Reese.
Here.
Shevey.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency board. Our first item is public comment, of which we have none registered. We would be
Okay.
looking for approval of your agenda.
So
All
moved.
right, I
Second.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, approval of the minutes from October 23rd, November 6th, and November 13th.
So moved.
I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, this is a public hearing, item L5. This is for the resolution of the City of Reno Development Agency approving a quitclaim deed.
All right, take it away, Lori. Miss Miles, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'll
Ms.
just note
Miles.
for the record, prior to beginning your presentation, this is a public hearing in which proper notice was given. No correspondence was received on the item, and I also do not have any public comment at this time.
Thank you,
Ms.
Madam
Miles,
Clerk.
you may proceed.
Go ahead.
Lori Miles, property agent, City of Reno. Before you today is a resolution for the Reno Redevelopment Agency to quitclaim their interest in the property to the City of Reno. As you know, we've entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with the Galgons, and this is one of the steps to keep that exclusive negotiations going. So, any questions?
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
May I ask a question? Is the restriction on for subsurface disturbances on this property when we quitclaim it?
It's just quitclaiming the agency's interest in the property to the cities.
Oh, to the city, and then the deed will
And
come.
then we still
Okay,
need to
we'll
bring
put that
back
in.
the final deal.
Okay, gotcha.
This is just one of the
Okay,
steps.
well, okay, great.
Okay, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yep, Ms. Miles, could you please just put up a map? And just point, I just think for the record, it's good practice to show which property we're talking about.
Very good. So all of the properties that we've entered into,
It was upside down for us. Thanks.
sorry. So of all the properties that are in the exclusive negotiating agreement, the one that's highlighted in blue is the only one that has not been quitclaimed from the agency to the city. The others have already been approved previously, so this is just checking off, going down the list of what needs to be done before we bring the final deal
Very
back to
helpful,
council.
thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councilwoman Breckus? No?
I'll
Okay.
move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything
Madam
else?
Mayor, item L6
All right.
is a resolution for the parking license agreements.
Where is that? Go ahead.
Lori Miles, property agent, City of Reno. Before you today is a resolution that allows the executive director to enter into parking agreements with the surrounding businesses should they request it, and staff feels that there's room. It gives Sabra Ms. Newby,
All right.
the authority to enter into agreements,
I love you, Lori.
which does save time
Still in
when
process. You're fine.
Ms. Miles, go ahead.
you guys all put me.
All right. But sometimes you have to
I
not be
laugh.
so rigid. Go ahead. Right?
Anyway, as we negotiate with surrounding businesses, sometimes the authority to enter into agreements quicker than having to put it on an agenda, make sure we meet the timelines, is necessary. So,
All right. Good job, great job. Okay, no other questions from council? Then give me a motion.
Move to approve.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, next item is update on redevelopment agency boards.
I don't think that, yeah. that-
We don't really need this
No? Okay.
anymore.
All
I feel
right.
like we could.
Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
All right,
Public
with that, no public comment for
adjourn.
redevelopment. That's what I'm looking for.
All right, thank you. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
At this time, you are adjourned from redevelopment. I would also recommend that you go into recess from your city council meeting. We do have a 6 PM hearing tonight. There is an appeal coming forward. We are anticipating quite a few people. So
Okay.
at this time, Madam Mayor, you're recessed, and we will see council back here at 6 PM for your appeal.
Okay, thank you.
agenda goes back.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to see all of you in the chambers tonight. We're going to get started on time, and so it's 6 o'clock. The hour is here. Our mayor will be joining us in just a minute. She is in the building, but dealing with an emergency upstairs. So we're going to turn it over to our clerk. We actually normally would be running through a city council meeting at this point, but today our meeting was very short, so we had a break in between. And so now we're coming back to the body, and I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, we are on item I-11. This is an appeal for LDC 20-00003 Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch. At this time, we will open our public hearing.
Okay, let the record reflect that the city council has opened the public hearing on item I-1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and correspondence was received. In the city clerk's office, we received 1 letter in favor of the appeal, 17 letters in concern. Additionally, we received between a petition and letters of opposition, 705 residents logged their concern and opposition.
Thank you. And do any of my colleagues, council members, have a need to make any disclosures at this time?
I just had a question about that. Did, on the letters, I mean, we got a lot of letters individually, but did you receive, I guess you wouldn't know if you got all the letters we got, but I couldn't tell because I tried to add up the numbers on the petition and.
So the petition itself logged in at 576 signatures individually that was sent to council. Additionally, the remaining 129, based off my Washoe County education, were the additional individual letters that were received and comments. Those were sent to council. Those have also been uploaded to our meeting portal and are part of the permanent record.
Okay, thanks, that helps, thank you. Thank you, sorry for the interruption.
So at this time, we will open our public hearing. As we stated for the record, proper notice was given. Correspondence was received as has been logged before council today. At this time before you, there will be a brief staff presentation on the appeal that is before you. It should also be noted for the record, there has been a request from the appellant to continue this item. This is before the body for consideration for you to take a vote on at this time. We will proceed with staff presentation first.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Hold on, before we do that, I would like to ask you, we were wondering do we need to put on the record to continue the appeal? How do you want us to proceed, Mr. Dunnigan?
Thank you. You certainly have the discretion to continue the appeal.
Do you want us to put that on the record or no?
I mean, do we take a vote on that or what?
Would you like us to? I mean, I'm just trying to follow the procedure you would like us to. Either way, we're fine. We just want to make sure if that's better for you.
It would be helpful for the record if you would take a vote on it.
All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I think part of the question and clarity that we're seeking here is before we move into any presentation or any public comment, procedurally, do we need to open, with regards to the motion to continue the item, do we need to open public comment for comment on the motion or the request to continue the appeal? Or can this body just, we're trying to decipher when the public comment fits into these issues.
I would open it for public comment.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, we will open it up for public comment.
All right, Madam Mayor, at this time, we will open for public comment. At this time, this is a reminder to all those present in the audience as well as the overflow into our lobby. Your public comment is limited to 3 minutes. You're requested to address the council as a whole. As a reminder, you are also requested to be respectful while you are in these chambers. Clapping, stomping, or applauding in a loud fashion or a disrespectful fashion, you may be issued a warning. Additional continuation of this behavior may result in the request of you being removed from chambers. So please be respectful when you are in this room. Additionally, we have dozens of people signed in to speak for public comment tonight. There is one reserved seat in the front row for public comment. When I announce your name, please have the next person available to speak as again, we have well over an hour of public comment before we begin the deliberation for discussion on motion to continue.
Madam Mayor, a procedural question again, I'm sorry, and you both are doing very well, but I want to make sure, is this public comment is on both the, whether or not we would continue this item and the item itself? Like, we're not going to have 2 periods of public comment, right?
This public comment, if I can interject, Madam Mayor, the way that we are agendized is public comment for just the appeal as it is presented to you today. So there would not be multiple appeal options as it's based off of a motion because we're just agendized for one item. So this would be the opportunity for anyone to state their position regarding the project, the appeal, and or the request to continue.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Madam Mayor, we will begin at this time. Addie Argis is first to speak, followed by Ken McNeil, followed by Heidi Evans.
All right, and I just want to remind everyone that I will cut you off at 3 minutes so that everyone gets equal time to speak. And Madam Clerk, usually you have a chair up here, I think you said. So that
There's
we
a
can
chair
make
right
sure-
in the front row,
Okay,
and
got it.
Ken
Okay, it's
McNeil
all
is
you.
currently occupying it, so he will help lead the next person, who is Heidi Evans, who will be in his seat as soon as he is done.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, go ahead, take it away.
I don't know how to turn this on. Do you turn it on?
Yep, we will take care of all the overhead. For those in the audience, you'll need to place whatever item you have face up. We will take care of it. You can begin your comment. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Addie Argis for the record. I worked on the handbook, mostly the land use plan. There's been confusion over what's been referred to as the conceptual zoning bubbles. Clarity is provided on page 3.1 of the handbook written by Summit Engineering. The zoning bubbles are not conceptual. They are the areas that have already been determined to be the best suited for development based on supporting studies that use the criteria of the settlement agreement. Criteria of ridgelines, slopes, drainage ways, wildlife corridors, view sheds, etc. The sporting studies were done by Summit Engineer and other firms. The exact boundary lines that are to be defined at tentative map must be consistent with the land use plan. Oops. These boundary lines. I will point out there's no development on the significant ridgeline. There's no development here due to slope, major drainage way, wildlife corridor, view shed. No development on the prominent knob. No development up here due to slope and view shed. The project as it stands has development in all of the areas I just pointed out. The boundary lines are not consistent with the land use plan. They are significantly different. The justification for this inconsistency is in this letter, which says updated topo maps were used. But the significant ridgeline, the prominent knob, slopes, wildlife corridor, major drainage way, and view shed did not change with the updated topo map. The Summit employee who prepared the mysterious map of 470 knew of the land use plan and for the most part followed it. The confusion over the zoning bubbles was created in this letter dated August 8th, 2019, and signed by Thomas Gallagher. This current project does not follow the criteria of the settlement agreement. It is not what was agreed to. This appeal needs to be denied, not continued, and the Planning Commission's decision upheld. And as a side note, the MG properties are not a free-for-all for the developers. I look forward to the Clarity Project and thank the council for doing it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ken McNeil, followed by Heidi Evans.
Ken McNeil, 1990 Evergreen Ridge Court, and I have a video to play. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Here's a bird's eye view of the proposed project. We are starting at the northeast corner of the project and going to be looking south in the direction of the I-80. The ridgeline directly below, per the current Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, is an open space designated area. The Planning Department conditions of approval require the removal of all 26 houses proposed for this ridgeline. As you can see, the hillsides are very steep and the slopes are generally greater than 30%. The Mortensen-Garson Overlay District grading requirements state mass grading in areas 30% or greater should be avoided. In the upper left section of this video are the only two ridge lines identified on the developable area map. The developable area map is in your packet of maps for this project. The developer states there is no requirement to identify other prominent ridge lines, and we disagree. Section 5A, number 8 of the MGOD clearly states impacts on prominent ridgelines must be minimized, and you cannot minimize the impact if the ridgelines are not identified. We are now looking at the northeast corner of the development. We'll be panning to the west across a prominent ridgeline not identified on the developable area map. This ridgeline and hillside is completely in the MGOD designated open space. When we pan away from the prominent ridgeline, please note the topography. It is rugged. Please note the major drainage ways on the project site. They'll come into view in just a second or two. According to the applicant, the deepest grading cut will be 70 feet. That's 7 stories. The greatest fill will be 50 feet. That's 5 stories. The MGOD under Section 5A does not allow the careless alteration and disruption to the natural topography. This project does not meet that requirement. In September 2017, Fred Altman made a presentation to the residents of Sierra Canyon and showed a map indicating the development would be 470 homes. The current proposed tentative map shows 676 homes, and many of those homes are on ridgelines and designated open space. An important question remains unanswered regarding this project. Does the tentative map, as presented, require a master plan amendment and a zone change? I hope that you will discuss that tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Evans, followed by Jeanette Lynn, followed by Pam McNeil.
Good evening, Mayor Shivi and council members. My name is Heidi Evans, and I'm a Sierra Canyon resident. This evening, we present 3 video clips from the Planning Commission meeting where this project was denied. I'll be showing the first video clip and will be followed by 2 other residents. Apologies in advance that the picture and the words are a bit out of sync, but it is the words that are important. We start with Planning Commissioner Peter Gower and his concerns regarding the lack of a master plan amendment and a zoning change for the proposed development. He voices these concerns more eloquently than I ever could. Thank you for your consideration of this matter.
My concern is that we've got a zoning map that's part of our master plan that we've adopted as a city, and we've said, okay, this is what our zoning as a city looks like in this area. There was no disclaimer associated with it. Now we're coming through, and I get that there was a handbook that says, you know, you will look at this as part of a tentative map, but you know, that's really so many steps removed and so buried that I'm concerned as a city that we didn't take the extra step. And I'm not blaming anyone. I'm saying my opinion that as I think that as a city we should take the extra step to go through the process of a master plan and a zoning map amendment. And the rationale behind that is that It's a additional public-facing process with a different set of findings. The findings are different for a zoning map and a master plan amendment than they are for a tentative map and an SUP. So they have different considerations, and I think that as part of the discussion for a zoning map amendment and a master plan amendment, we would be able to have some of these discussions related to, you know, should this part of the proposed development on a hillside be included, or should it not? That's the kind of discussion that we have as part of the zoning map amendment, and that's the reason we go through that process. So at that highest level, I'm concerned that we've jumped, we've leapfrogged just ahead a little bit of.
Thank you. Jeanette Lynn, followed by Pam McNeil.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Lynn, and I live...
Use the microphone.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I'm not very mechanical. Good evening. My name is Jeanette Lynn, and I live on Trail Creek Way in Sierra Canyon. I'm here tonight because a developer wants to cut down the hill behind our home and put houses and a road up there, despite the recommendations of the city planning staff. I want to show this video clip of Planning Commissioner Chair Mark Johnson describing why he cannot make the findings. Thank you.
At that plan unit development level, where we looked at it and saw that there was a developable amount of area on here, and I think somebody asked the question, could you get that many homes in the yellow area? The answer is yes, but. So I think that but is the part that kind of got lost in this process. It's like, perhaps that's a goal, but we don't have to get there if the site doesn't allow for it. And I think there's some grading issues that are here. There's certainly some access issues that are here. But specifically, when I'm looking at the findings that we have to make from a tentative map, and this is, you know, many times come back to this because this is what I want to have on the record. Very specifically for the tentative map, I struggle with finding C, which is the availability and accessibility of utilities. I know we had Tumwa say that there's a process and that there's water available, but in order to get it there, we're going through other projects. So in my mind, we've got a tentative map that's asking for utilities not there. Physical land characteristics, finding H. Obviously, we're building in some areas that, you know, just that our package didn't have those maps with all of the tight grading on them, the ones that were put up here when we were looking at the setback. There was some grading there, and it becomes, you know, it's one thing to look at this scale, but I was seeing cuts that needed to be revegetated behind those houses that had, you know, probably 20 some odd feet worth of cut slope behind the houses. That's a massive impact in an area that was actually always anticipated to be built on. So to me, you know, finding H, I think there's some issues there. And the big one to me is finding J. It's the availability and accessibility of fire protection. I appreciated having fire department here. I appreciated the comments and the dollars going toward. But what I heard was where the station that this money is going to is still a greater than 6-minute response from this. I mean, our whole intent is to get fire service within 6 minutes. And if part of our findings are to fund a fire station to make the fire response better, are we actually doing that? I mean, that's a question for me on this tentative map. So based on what I'm hearing, this is where I'm at. Those are the findings that I cannot make. I've heard from everybody. I've also heard from somebody wanting to make.
Right. Thank you very much.
Pam McNeil, followed by Charles Faso, followed by Dennis Coons.
Hi, I'm Pam McNeil. Thank you all for being here and listening to our presentations. I have 3 little short clips that I'm going to show. The first one is from Mr. Paul Olivas, our planning commissioner from Ward 5. He has taken an interest in this case, and I like the words he uses. He's talking about bubbles bursting.
And I get what has been dealt. And
it's not what we like, have been able to flex with the bubbles of the zoning. But I think that they've gone too far. I think that when you look at the maps and the lots and the way they're laid out, that bubble's been stretched so much that it's popped. I think that the applicant is also, in stretching that, they're still trying to stick to the 676. And they're really picking and choosing the best, most economical land to develop and pushing that. I think that to stick to that number, but to flex the bubbles is having their cake and eating it too. And I think
Our next clip will be from Alex Velto, our planning commissioner, I think is our mayor appointee commissioner. He's been fun to get to know and to talk with him. He's from Upland, where we used to live.
Well, it's nice to see all of our planning commissioners.
Oh, good.
We're checking in on you guys.
Aside from that, I just want to say it's a little, whether or not you want to call it dishonesty with kind of ignoring the prospect of that there was at some point a 470 unit proposal, at a minimum, it tells me that y'all haven't communicated with the community because it's included in the NAB project review forms. So if when that's brought up, multiple people in the audience are holding up the map and y'all are just ignoring and acting like it isn't there, that tells me you're not communicating with them. So that doesn't necessarily inform my decision where I'm going to be at tonight, but it's really important to talk with people. So.
Our next clip is from Mr. John Marshall. It's a very, very short clip, again, talking about the master plan amendment, and I'm sure you're all going to love seeing him because he has a great coat of many colors.
My vote is also based on the fact that we can't entertain this tentative map without a zone change application and process.
And on top of that, with considering the continuation tonight, I just don't understand how that can be entertained. I mean, number one, they have not communicated with us up till now. And number two, there's so many of the things that are the findings that can't be made that I don't even know what talking to the appropriate parties, they're not even dealing with talking to residents. They said the appropriate parties. But what can that do with the fire service? What can that do about the grading? And what can that do about any of the Tumwa water? So I just don't think the continuation should be granted. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from Charles Faso, followed by Dennis Kuntz, followed by E. Gersovich.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members, and staff. My name is Charlie Faso. I live at 1905 Evergreen Ridge Court, and my property would be directly affected by this development. But I'm here to in particular, to support the Planning Commission's decision to deny based on the finding that the fire protection is inadequate for this development because of the excessive response times. I want to make it clear that I don't denigrate the Reno Fire Department. They're an excellent fire department. They have an excellent reputation, and I want to uphold that. I'm a retired deputy fire chief. I commanded the Oakland Fire Dispatch Center, and I helped to establish a 6-agency fire dispatch center on the San Francisco Peninsula. I'm only saying this so that you know that I do have some knowledge of response times and what it takes to put out a fire. Currently, Engine 19 is located on Somerset Parkway. That would be the first due engine to respond to a structure fire in the Somerset Sierra Canyon area. It would also be the first or second due engine to the Stan Lucas development. It's currently not staffed with a fire engine and a crew, a firefighting crew. Engine 11 on Charlins is the next closest with a response time well in excess of 6 minutes, well in excess of 6 minutes. And although a new fire station is proposed on the south side of Highway 80, access to the new development will still exceed 6 minutes. And because of this, the fire marshal is requiring that all the buildings be sprinklered, and I fully support that. Sprinklers save lives. But keep this in mind. A residential sprinkler system will disperse, depending on the design of the sprinkler, anywhere from 15 to 40 gallons of water per minute. So if we have a 10-minute response time, say, you're talking 150 to 400 gallons of water per minute in a dwelling. That's a lot of water. And even though the new station is planned, staffing is not. So what we have is an unstaffed fire station. Maybe it's, it could be a community center with great big doors, but it's not a fire station because there's no fire engine in it. Lastly, I would address the issue of the petroleum pipeline that runs through the property. I'm no way an expert on petroleum pipelines, but there are some issues. The American Petroleum Institute recommends a setback of 50 feet from any petroleum pipeline. Most cities require 25 feet, but still, I'm not positive, but I think that some of these homes are closer than that, maybe 12 and a half feet. They also plan to cover the pipeline with 15 feet of dirt. The recommendation from the API and the Department of Transportation, which oversees that, is no more than 6 feet because it hinders access to get to the pipeline in case of a rupture for an earthquake, for example. So take those considerations in mind. Thank you very much.
The next comment is from Dennis Coons, representing Linda Herrick, followed by E. Gersovich, followed by Margaret Holmes. As a reminder to the next speaker, please come up and sit in the front row so we can move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dennis Coons, 1830 Trail Creek Way. I will be presenting information about the bird-eyed deer herd that was prepared by Linda Herrick. Linda is a Sierra Canyon, Somerset homeowner. The Lucas Project is land that has been a historic migration area for deer. You will see in this photo a majestic buck who now spends his winters in Somerset backyards. He and the many other deer often seen in Somerset are part of the subherd commonly known as the bird-eyed deer herd. This deer herd has historically wintered in Verdi, on Peavine Mountain, and on the land now developed as Somerset. The land owned by Stan Lucas, and that he wishes to develop with 600-plus homes, is crucial winter habitat for deer. These mule deer are a Nevada Department of Wildlife conservation priority, as identified by City of Reno's Conservation and Open Space Plan, as a species of ecological importance. This graph shows the bird-eyed deer herd at its highest numbers around 1983. There has been a steady, severe decline in the deer herd numbers. Much of this decline of the herd is due to human encroachment and development on their migration land. Continued development in this wildlife habitat runs counter to the City of Reno Master Plan. The Master Plan discusses conserving and protecting key wildlife areas, open space land corridors so that wildlife can freely move, and intact major drainage ways that support wildlife are crucial in this key wildlife area. Mr. Lucas asks the city to approve disturbing major drainage ways. If City Council approves this type of overdevelopment, it will guarantee the continued decline of the Verdi herd. The above facts have been verified by the Nevada Department of Wildlife. I respectfully ask you, our City Council, to reject the size of the Lucas project and to ask Mr. Lucas to look forward to building a smaller number of homes, conserving open space, and intact drainage ways on this land, the historic home of the bird-eyed deer herd. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from E. Gersovich, followed by Alice House, followed by Vernon Anderson.
Good evening, I'm Eugene Gerskowicz. As a property owner in Sierra Canyon within 700 feet of the project, I have been invited to give testimony. The purpose of my presentation is to show you a piece of reality on the ground. Myself and 32 neighbors live adjacent to the east boundary of this project. So these are our houses, and these are the 20-something houses being projected on the ridge that you saw. Our backyards are immediately against the base of a ridge, which is a natural boundary between Sierra Canyon and the proposed development. These are our houses with the backyard immediately adjacent to the ridge we are talking about. Another view of the same thing. The developer asked for approval to modify the ridge and to build 25 houses over it, as I show you. These buildings will be towering over our backyards and destroy the natural boundaries separating Sierra Canyon and the new development. I wonder what the need will be to do that when the project has 1,000 acres worth of land. We do not want to end like this. I think the intention of the developer is to give Reno a taste of the New York City, with people living on top of each other. If that would not be enough, the plan asks for a street to be built between our ridge and our houses. So you can see we have, these are our houses, front, there is a street access, backyard, the ridge, the houses, and a second street here. So our houses will be sandwiched between a street in the front and a second street in the back. The distance here is absolutely non-existent. In addition, you need to know that in the location of the proposed second street, there is a permanent nesting ground for multiple quail families. That's the area we are talking about. Based on the above, I request the City Council to support the denial of this project by the Planning Commission in its current form. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Alice House, followed by Vernon Anderson, followed by Bill DeRoss.
Hi, my name is Alice House. I live in the Belli Ranch Estates. I'm going to speak to you very briefly on fire. There are funds that are going to be collected for this new fire station on our side of the street, which is the opposite side of the freeway. This development that is being proposed is outside the 6-minute response for this new proposed fire station. And the funds that will be collected for this fire station, all 3,000 homes in the whole entire area have to be built out in order for there to be enough funds just to build the fire station. That is not manning this fire station, that is not equipping this fire station, and the city has already stated in previous meetings that they do not have the funds to man or equip a new fire station. Also, the Reno Fire, this development will be inside, is in a urban wildland fire area. It is the highest fire danger rating that there is. The Reno Fire Department at this time does not have any brush trucks to fight a wildland fire. They have to get the brush trucks from other stations. They have to go to the fire, locate these brush trucks from wherever they're located at, and get them out to the fire, which is going to allow that fire to explode. Fire does not wait for anybody. So I just want you to uphold the denial. I think that it would be a good decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Vernon Anderson. I live in Verdi, have for many moons. Garrison Keillor had a radio show and he called it Prairie Home Companion on NPR. It was about a town in Minnesota called Lake Wobegon, the little town that time forgot and the decades cannot improve. That town was made up. There is no Lake Wobegon, but Verdi is not made up. It's our town, and we would like nothing more than to be forgotten. when I walk, and I walk every day, I talk briefly with a neighbor. We usually agree because we're part of a tribe. Verdi is good, but it's in jeopardy of being overbuilt. Everybody agrees on that. Because we're part of a tribe, we have neighbors and sometimes friends. We do not understand how anybody would want to ruin our town, but that seems to be on the agenda. And just like the rest of the country, we don't like the other tribe. Here's what we believe. Developers are selfish and greedy, and city officials, commissioners, and city council members are corrupt and complicit. We're part of a tribe, that's what we believe. Our tribe did not win the war, probably not even a battle, and maybe not a skirmish. This tribal behavior is a disaster, nationally and locally, and I hate it. But something happened 3 or 4 weeks ago in this room, in these seats, that gives some hope. The Planning Commission denied the developer's request. It was a good thing. I'd like you to do it. The Sierra Club used to have a phrase 50 years ago, maybe more. I believe it's still applicable. Not blind opposition to progress, but opposition to blind progress. We appreciate that there are legitimate differences of opinion based on training, education, and philosophy. But growth for growth's sake is the philosophy of a cancer cell. Edward Abbey said that. I think he was right. I urge you to follow the lead of the Planning Commission. Look at this, I got time. I could read another chapter of Ed Abbey's book. Follow the lead if you would. Thanks.
Next speaker is Bill DeVos, followed by Eric Rothschild.
Good evening. My name is Bill Darris. I live at 1655 Cricket Wood in Sierra Canyon, a retirement community. I did not come prepared for this meeting, but I have a few thoughts. One of the big concerns for me is the existing ridge between Verdi and Sierra Canyon. I find it to be a protective ridge that cuts down wind in our area and snow. Huge difference between the amount of snow that falls in Verdi as opposed to Sierra Canyon and further east in proper Reno proper. But I am very concerned about losing that ridge. That's the end of my statement. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Eric Rothschild, and I live at 249 Willows Quest Drive in Verdi. It's the West Meadows project, and the reason that we bought our house is the open land that's right out our back window. We were told that the land would stay open, and either nobody who sold us the land knew what the proposed project was, or they weren't forthcoming about the situation. The traffic that is going to serve the new development, it came out last meeting with the Planning Commission that there were an expected 6,000 trips a day would be generated by the new development. And there are only really 2 streets that serve that area. One of them is just 4 houses away from me, Edinburgh Drive. It's a little 2-lane street with 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. And it's too small a street for that many, or even half that many trips a day. There should be a boulevard there for that many cars going up and down. There are people from my neighborhood, a lot of people who have kids and who walk every day, and that kind of traffic on that smaller road would be a constant threat to pedestrians, and with no noise abatement, it would drive us all crazy, the amount of car traffic up there. My street and the other streets around me are all 25 miles an hour, and I observe that when people are in a hurry, they don't really observe the traffic limits, the speed limits. And so when I look into the future, the possible future of people whizzing up and down the road close to my house, I'm very dismayed. And so I would ask that the city council deny the request for more houses in our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Our next comment is from Gideon Kaplowitz, followed by Cami Lohr, followed by Emanuela Heller McNeilish.
Hi, my name is Gideon Kaplowitz. I'm a resident of Verdi. I prepared just a couple little images to bring up, to highlight something that hasn't really been brought up with respect to this. I did a search about an hour ago on Zillow for houses in Reno that are for sale for $300,000 or more. And this is what was returned. The number in Zillow was up in the hundreds, and you can kind of orient yourself, that north-south, that's the McCarran loop that you see. There are 3 already approved developments that would fall under this category of what I would call non-affordable housing: the Cliffs, West Meadows, and Meridian, 120 North. As I've followed the work that you guys have been doing, affordable housing is a big deal in Reno. And just to get a sense of what we're up against, I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. The next image shows what happens if I shift the search criterion from more than $300,000 per home to less than $300,000 per home. And there's just nothing. I know. This is what you guys have been working on for a decade now. And here we are talking about San Lucas, where it says, well, let's just put in another 676 unaffordable houses. And so I just wanted to raise that. I want to echo all the sentiments that the Planning Commission made during their denial. It was a unanimous denial on multiple findings. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. And it really was, I want to echo Vern Anderson's comment, it was really sort of a shining moment, I thought, for the city. I thought John Marshall gave one of the most inspirational speeches, I don't know if you can say it, during discussion about the elements of responsible planning. And I just, I just think it's kind of like pornography. You know a bad development when you see it. And this is one that I think everybody can see for what it is. With respect to the continuance, I'm very, very concerned about a request for continuance of an appeal for time to allow the project, apparently, to allow the project to be modified. This just seems to set a horrific precedent for bypassing the Planning Commission, where I can just get my project denied, and now I'm just going to continue while I modify my project with city staff until I can get an approval. I can't for a million years believe that if the shoes were on the other foot and this project had been approved and the residents were here appealing and we said, oh no, we want a continuance to drag this out so that we can do our analyses and so on and so forth. A death in the family, a natural disaster, I need more time to argue my appeal on the merits, I get it. This one just seems beyond the pale. Thank you very much.
Cami Lohr, followed by Emanuela Heller McNeilish, followed by Ed Koffer.
Hi, Cami LeRae, and I live at 216 Balcorda Drive, and that's in West Meadows. So the development just came online with residents initially moving into the homes this summer. So I am not sure if the traffic situation has been assessed with understanding of what the D.R. Horton development looks like now. With the MGOD development standards that have come into the scope of Reno planning standard, I do understand that the amendments are taking place, and I think the amendments need to be made. Clarification needs to be made. I don't know what's going to happen to the north of West Meadows, and I'm not here to be anti-development. But what I do see is that in the initial Morton Garrison Overlay District, there were no residential driveways that were coming onto the collector streets for what is being proposed. The way that D.R. Horton laid out the homes, there are residential driveways that come out onto Edinburgh and onto Waterville. So they go from being something that can be an artery into another neighborhood, into a neighborhood collector street. Now, as I understand about, collection streets, as I understand about collection streets and looking at the Reno code, is that if there are lots that come into collection streets, ADT's average daily traffic is not supposed to supersede 4,000 daily traffic, routes a day. And what we see is proposed to be over 6,000. So right there's a white flag to me, or a red flag to me. Also, with regard to looking at other cities and seeing how they rate the average daily traffic of collector streets, there's usually two categories. One is an arterial collection street, and one is a residential collection street. An artery would connect a residential area, or a retail area with a school, or a population center with employment with a retail center. This is not that. This is a residential collection street. And in a lot of cities, Boise, Eugene, even I went out to Duluth just to get a feel for how this policy is different in different cities. Usually residential collection streets, they cap at like 1,500, 2,500. The max I saw was 4,000. So with regard to traffic, I think it's a public safety issue. And even though the overlay district said that over 600 homes could theoretically be built in this area, the fact is that we have a public safety traffic issue that needs to be addressed first. Just because the density is identified doesn't mean that the density needs to be fulfilled. Thank you.
Manuela Heller McNeilish, followed by Ed Coffer, followed by Joseph Callahan.
Good evening, my name is Emanuela Heller McNeilish, and I want to say also something about traffic. When you look on the RTC County website, you see the predictions from 2015 to 2040. Here on the right in this black box here, and it's almost threefold increase. So we're now here at 2020, we have around 3,000 cars here on Highway 40, which is here marked in red. With the Stan Mortensen development, 676 houses, you have to multiply this by 10 daily trips per house, so you would add another 6,700 cars to this prediction from 2040. Which would bring you to 14,000 cars, and I don't know what kind of development is already in here, but I doubt that the Stan Mortensen is in here, because these are almost 6,700 trips additionally, so you would end up at 14,000 cars on Highway 40 here. If you compare that to other boulevards in Reno or Sparks, Sparks Boulevard in Sparks has around 12,000 cars now, but that has like 4 lanes. Highway 40 here only has 2 lanes, and it's pretty narrow. You also cannot widen it due to the topography. And also here marked in red, that's where the Tahoe Pyramid Bike Trail goes along. So we're basically, the bicyclists are now sharing this with 3,000 cars, but if more development would go in there, there would be a lot more cars added on. And there are very narrow stretches on the bike trail, especially around here. That's where this photo is taken. It can be very narrow there, where bicycles actually have to go onto the street sometimes, especially when the bike trail is actually also not in the best condition, and there are gravel and other debris and dirt sometimes. And plus, when you come to the West Meadows roundabout, the bicycle trail also just ends abruptly, and this is a new roundabout, and no bike trail was added into that roundabout. So I just want to point out that this might be a danger for bicyclists there, and it's a highly frequented bicycle route there. So adding a lot more traffic there could be dangerous. Also, when you look where the freeway exits are, the next points are here Gold Ranch with west and eastbound on and off ramps. And here you have exit 5, Verdi, where you actually only have like a westbound entrance. If you have a fire here, like in Paradise, California, how are you going to evacuate all those people over Highway 40? This is basically impossible with the freeway exit so far away from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ed Coffer, followed by Joseph Callahan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. By the city's own admission, your finances are somewhat strained. Your ability to provide live fire safety is already strained to the point that putting a development of this magnitude this far from your existing services will create an impossible strain for you, and it will result in a disastrous result for the residents that live there now. This project has a lot of problems. I guess one of the biggest ones is where it is. The only way to approach it is off a narrow 2-lane country lane called Old Highway 40. There's one way in, and that has to go through an existing subdivision. And you're talking about adding an immense number of houses above that subdivision that have to drive in and out through that subdivision to get down to a narrow 2-lane road. In the event of an evacuation and a fire, and I've been through several here in Verdi, it's an impossible situation. You can't get equipment in, and you can't evacuate the residents. You've heard that there are no brush trucks. You've heard that the response time is extended. I urge you, just from the basis of common sense, this project should be denied, and I request that you please uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you all very much.
Joseph Callahan. This time I would like to note if anyone else would like to give public comment, now would be your time to please approach me with your form before we close the public comment period.
Oh, hello. My name is Joseph Callahan, and I've been a resident of Sierra Canyon for the last 8 years. And anyway, I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I want to thank you for your due diligence in the evaluation of this project. I have two major concerns, and this is why I oppose this development. And first is the water sewer issues. We're already having sewer issues in the newer houses that have been built near I-80 in Sierra Canyon. And I've spoken with a couple of the residents that are living in the houses that are built in this Verdi area, and they also tell me that they're having water and sewer problems. So I don't think the infrastructure upgrade has been really addressed properly. The other question that I have is, or the other statement that I have is that about the traffic. It's just the infrastructure of the traffic is not very good. It's not adequate to handle this level of development. And I could probably wax rhapsodic about that for hours, but since everybody else has probably said more than I could ever say, I'm just going to leave it at that and say thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much.
Martin Markey.
Hello, Council. Thank you for listening to us today. I just want to echo some of the sentiments shared by a lot of my neighbors. I live on 222 Edinburgh Drive, which is going to be the main collector street for this development. We recently bought the home in July. You know, a lot of us in West Meadows were lied to about development up north of our development division. You can imagine the amount of stress that my family is going through when we find out that there's going to be 676 homes built north of us with close to 4,000 average daily trips coming up and down our street. You know, we have 2 daughters, a 3 and a 5-year-old. We envisioned an area where they'd be able to ride their bikes on the street, you know, walk to the park, a lot of things. And our vision of what we were getting into just crashed. I am not anti-development. You know, we just bought a newly developed home. Best case scenario, you guys side with the Planning Commission and deny this, but I hope at least that the size of this development will be reduced. That's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment signed in to speak at this time. I'll return it back to council with the request in front of you from the applicant.
Okay, so I believe, Madam Clerk, at this time, we would entertain a motion on continuance, correct?
Madam Mayor, past practice is the applicant, which is also the appellant in this case, they have requested a continuance. It is the privilege of the body to decide to grant that or not. And that would be at this time a proper juncture for council to either vote on that motion or move forward with hearing the appeal tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to actually send it to Councilwoman Jordan. It's your ward.
Thank you very much. Do we, I saw that request to continue. Is that something at this time that there's a certain amount of time that the requester is given on this, or is this purely a body action?
This is purely a body action at this point. There's nothing within our code that identifies that time as it has been publicly noticed at this time.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. This being the ward in which I represent, I would like to make a motion that we do not grant the request to continue this item. The appellant certainly had the right to pull their appeal, and we would not be here tonight. So I don't believe we should continue this item. These residents are here in a packed room. We should hear from them and hear about this project tonight.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Mr. Dunnigan, that's on your record. You got it? Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we'll transition to a brief staff presentation going over an overview of this. Followed by that, the appellant/applicant will be granted 10 minutes to present their appeal at that time.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Angela Foos, Planning Manager. I'm going to give a very brief presentation and just highlight the key elements that the Planning Commission brought up, and then I will save any further discussion for questions from the council. Well, briefly, this 955-acre site is located on the west side of Somerset. It is north of West Meadows, and this is in the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District. A little bit of history on that, just so everyone's on the same page. This entire area, everything in gray, was initially annexed into the city back in 2001. At that time, there was a lawsuit between Washoe County and the city of Reno, and through that process, a settlement agreement came forward. That settlement agreement basically outlined how this whole area, again, everything in gray, was to be developed. And it put limits on total number of residential units that could come forward and total acreage of non-residential development. As part of that, there was a handbook, again, not a planned unit development, but a separate document that's referred to as the Morton-Garson Development Handbook. That document was part of the settlement agreement, and the court decided that the settlement agreement and this handbook would be in effect until 2012. Basically, it was a 10-year window. At that time, that handbook document would expire, that settlement agreement document would expire, and the city would have to come up with a text amendment or an overlay zoning district, which they did. So what we have before us now is an overlay district, and that is what we look at, and it sets the limits of where development can go, and it talks about how we develop on ridge lines specific to this area. These are standards that are really more specific than code, typical zoning code, and so this is the first piece of information we look at as planners when we're looking at development in this area. So I just wanted to kind of put that information out there. One of the challenges we have, and this is part of the discussion with the text amendment that Councilwoman Jordan brought up at the last council meeting, is there is a lot of gray area in that overlay district. And the problem we have is that we had this handbook, but the handbook wasn't translated word for word into this overlay district. So there's areas that were included specifically in the handbook that were not included in the overlay district. So when we get to areas that they're vague or don't make sense, we have questions as to, well, let's go back and look at the legislative history. We go back and look at the settlement agreement, and we go back and we look at that handbook for informational purposes. We don't use that as the guiding document, but we look at it for informational purposes, and when there's questions or ambiguity in that, we would look to that to give us direction on how to move forward. So that's a little bit of history that I think is very relevant to this project. The Planning Commission did unanimously deny the project. The key areas that they brought up are development on ridge lines. And the appellant, I'm sure, will go into specifics on that. Another element was grading. There's some significant grading on the site. You saw the pictures. It's not a flat site. There's quite a bit of topography on the site. As planners, we look at, have they met the hillside requirements? And so that is all part of the analysis. They also had concerns with adjacency to the Somerset development to the east and how close it was to that existing Somerset development. There was also concerns on the West Meadows planned unit development to the south. There was concerns about the loss of open space, and that goes back to this concept of we have this bubble zoning, and that was initially called out in the handbook, that was translated over in this overlay district, and it's a bubble. And the question came up is, can these bubbles, development areas, be moved around? So there was concerns from the Planning Commission that the bubbles were being moved around and maybe being moved around too much. Another issue is traffic. We do have, as a heads up, we do have NDOT representation here. If anyone has questions on traffic, Highway 40 is under NDOT's jurisdiction, so that is out of the city's jurisdiction, just as an FYI for your reference. Police and Fire Service, that is something that you guys deal with on every project that comes forward. One thing that's unique about the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District is a fire station was specifically identified to be developed. While that fire station hasn't been built yet, one of the things that we have done is added a condition of approval that at the time of development, and this will probably apply to all development within the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, we will condition that at the time of development, they pay a fire contribution fee. That money will go into an account, and that will be used to eventually put together and build a fire station. That does not pay for the operations of the firemen. That is under a separate budget, but this is something that's unique and we haven't done in the past, but it's something that is conditioned with this project, and like I said, will be conditioned on other projects as well within this overlay district boundary. And then finally, one of the big concerns from the Planning Commission had to do with those bubble diagrams, those bubble zonings, and those bubble master plans. And are they meeting the intent of development within those zoning boundaries? And again, that's where we talk about looking at the history of the zoning on the site. So there was a lot of discussion of whether or not they should have to go through a zoning map amendment and a master plan amendment, or just go forward with the tentative map. One thing that came up as part of that handbook, which is an expired document, is that it was called out that the zoning and master plan would be defined at the time of tentative map and special use permit. That specific language was in the handbook. That language did not get transferred over to the overlay district zoning document. That's one of the things that did not get translated over, and again, brings up questions on how that should be translated moving forward. So those are the key issues that Planning Commission brought forward. Again, I'm happy to go into detail on those when we get to questions and answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foos.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we will transition to the appellant's presentation, in which they will be granted 10 minutes.
All right.
After this presentation, council will then move forward with questions of the appellant or staff.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the applicant. So the request is a tentative map for 676 homes. It includes a special use permit for cuts and fills, hillside development, and disturbance of major drainage ways. I think it's important to note that I think something close to 100% of development in Northwest Reno requires special use permits similar to these. I think all of Somerset, for example, was evaluated under these sort of special use permits, particularly cuts and fills and drainage ways. It's the project site, 955 acres. I think everyone's familiar with where it is. We have 2 access points from Highway 40, Edinburgh Drive and Waterville Drive. An important point there is that that West Meadows subdivision understood that development was likely on this piece of property and designed their project to accept these future road connections. So those 2 road connections to Highway 40 have been planned consecutively with the development of West Meadows. So there's the plan, a general outline of the plan. An important point here is because of the generous property size, we've got over 700 acres of open space with trails and a 3-acre public park. I like this exhibit because it shows that it isn't a dense development. In fact, it's less dense than a lot of the surrounding property, particularly Somerset, which you see in the upper right in that picture. So it's, on the one hand, it's comparable housing products to what's in the area, but it's a lower overall density than Somerset. So the zoning of the site is governed by the overlay district, the Mortensen-Garson overlay district. And the point of this explanation is that our design and our approach to this was not arbitrary. It followed the code that's included in the city zoning code in the MGOD plan, and we followed input from city staff and city legal department. So that overlay district establishes the development potential for the property. That's the 676 units. And it also, it helps define how you determine where that development goes. So those are the bubbles that Angela referenced. And we feel that the plan allows for alteration of those bubbles. Certainly the handbook explicitly called for it. And there's a site evaluation component of the MGOD code, and that says that you'll evaluate the site and determine where development can go. And that's exactly what our team did. This property is essentially planning area 1. I've highlighted it in red. That shows the 676 units. Determination of developable area. So the site analysis, this is a major component of the MGOD overlay, and this analysis using engineering data, topography, drainage way information helps us to guide development onto areas of the property where it's appropriate and leave other areas open space, and that's exactly what we did. Where it made engineering and design sense to constrain that to the yellow bubble area, we did that. Some areas it didn't make sense to do that, and we didn't do that. And I would argue that we didn't set out to make this more difficult than it had to be on us. We chose the areas of the site that were the most developable, and those weren't always in those yellow bubbles. Those yellow bubbles were developed without the precise data and site evaluation that we applied to this project. So in my planning opinion, allowing some shifting of those bubble areas leads to a better project and a better design. Ridgelines, there's been some input from people on ridgelines. It's interesting to note that the Mortensen Code identifies visual impacts to Highway 80, not to adjoining neighborhoods. Nonetheless, we did evaluate it for impacts from adjoining neighborhoods. But it lays out code for how you address those ridgelines, and we adhered to that code, including setbacks from the top of the ridge and limiting building height and things like that. So we were certainly aware of that bit of code, and we designed to it. And there's only 2 sections of significant ridgelines as defined by city code in our project, and those are identified in red there. And those are areas that received that treatment that identified in that previous code. Edge matching, there's a codex right there at the bottom of that slide. That doesn't specifically apply to this area, but I wanted to point out that it's a concept that exists in MGOD. We designed to it. It's common to provide edge matching sometimes or an open space buffer. In this case, we've provided both. We have edge matching. Our lots match neighborhoods that we're close to, lot sizes and housing types, and we have open space buffers between our neighborhood and other neighborhoods. Grading, I mentioned cuts and fills, disturbance of major drainage way. Again, we feel we're directly comparable to existing development in the neighborhood that's been approved. So there's nothing exceptional about this project in that we require these SUPs. It's standard practice in a hilly area of northwest Reno. I'd like to point out we have engineering staff here if there are specific questions about that. Multiple phases, multiple small phases. I think in practice, some of these phases will get combined into larger groupings. But right now, the 16 phases allow maximum flexibility for how and when you build out certain neighborhoods. I think that may be a benefit for when roads come in and things like that. The code requires that we have open space, trails, and a park. We have a 3-acre park and a trailhead, and we have connections to existing trails into open space, and particularly to public property further up Peavine. Site access, I touched on this. 2 access points through the West Meadows subdivision onto Highway 40. And then there's one emergency-only access. I'd like to point out that code prevents us from having a driving connection, a full-time connection into Somerset. So we adhered to that. We did not include a regular road connecting to Somerset. We also have a traffic engineer here as well if there are specific questions about that. It's a local builder, is familiar with local conditions, has a good track record, knows the local market. So I think we have the right developer in mind. Public review process, I've been to multiple public meetings on this, been quite a bit of discussion. So I think there has been quite a bit of public input on this project. In general, we understood staff's position and intent with the staff report that was reviewed at the Planning Commission and would be carried over here. However, we accept their conditions with this one modification to condition 8. They proposed relocating about 20-some lots. We propose to modify that about half those lots would be removed. And so we would adhere to the intent of their condition, but for a smaller number of lots. And I'll show you a clarifying slide. So the lots in gray we would agree to move. Staff had proposed that this entire cul-de-sac or this entire area be relocated. We feel that we have sufficient separation from existing neighborhood. In fact, as I explained, we feel that this design complies with the objective statements of code for how you treat that area. But nonetheless, as a compromise, we agreed to remove those lots in gray there and look for other areas of the project where they may fit. So that's the only revision. I'm happy to wrap it up. If there are specific questions about the appeal document, we have the people that assembled that document here so they could answer those specifics as well. And I'm happy to answer questions as needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
Madam Mayor, at this time, I will turn it over to the City Attorney's Office as they have a clarification on the record to ask.
Fantastic. Okay, Mr. Dunnigan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I believe you asked for disclosures just for the clarity of the record.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. I do want to follow up with that. I want to ask any council members if they have any disclosures on this item. Any council members?
Madam Mayor, for the
ahead.
record, I did ask when we originally opened it,
Oh, good,
just
thank
as you were coming in the door, so it might have been lost in the shuffle, but
Okay,
I don't
thank
think there were any at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
All right, with that, Madam Mayor, we can transition to councilmember questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Weber.
I don't know that I should have a disclosure, but I will say that I had a meeting yesterday, as a matter of fact, with Mr. Gallagher.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask you, Councilwoman Weber, does your button work? I know it wasn't working earlier. Oh, it does, okay. All right, if it doesn't, just scream at me. Okay, and I'll make sure I call on you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to bring it back to our body for questions. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. Ms. Foose, would you put on the MGOD overlay map? And I have a few questions about that. And just there's a one that's labeled proposed and existing zoning. Yeah. And one thing I'm struggling with here is you state that, there's confusion, but I'm not so confused. No, it's right there. Because the rudimentary of zoning about base zoning districts, then an overlay, to me is pretty clear how they stand with each other. And so you have a base and you have an overlay. What is the base zoning?
The base
yeah.
zoning, well, we have an overlay, which is the Mortensen-Garson overlay.
That's an overlay. We're going to talk about base zoning.
And then this parcel, there's two parcels, there's two zonings, open space and this SF6 residential.
Okay, so the SF6 and the open space zoning are what the official map shows, and then they show, if you took a little clear sheet and put it over it, which is how you used to do when I started planning, and it would show this overlay. So and those are shown, those base zonings are shown to have changed with this request, but we're not advertised for a zoning map amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Now, second question to me is the overall MGOD. You say there's two parcels in here. Is that 100% of the MGOD or the other properties that are within the MGOD?
No, the entire MGOD boundary is this map here.
Okay. Now, some of those I know have gone through zoning map amendments since I've been on the council. So why were these two parcels not subject to the zoning map amendment process, but others were? And I will say, when we had the Western Gateway, I think is Meridian in there, I think other ones. So why was the decision to validate the application as complete without a zoning map amendment made, and we have precedent for other zoning map amendments in this area?
And those were different in the fact that they went from completely different types of uses. I think, and this was before my time, but I think one of them was, I want to say industrial, and it went to arterial commercial. It wasn't an issue of trying to define the boundaries of those zoning categories. It was completely changing those zoning categories.
Sure, okay. And obviously, it's the applicant's job to request what, they're requesting. But I understand what happened. Now, the next thing is, can I ask a question, and I can pass it around, is there were some unusual conditions related to sewer that I've never seen before, and I would like to talk to someone from our engineering staff about those.
Yep,
but I will.
Do you want to bring that up? We have Mike Michelle here to answer those questions.
I wouldn't mind at this point, if I could. I think they were conditions 9. They had some subsections.
Mike Michelle, engineering manager, for the record.
Those conditions related to sewer.
Yes.
Please, will you explain those to me?
Yeah, that condition got into an awful lot of detail.
Yep.
That probably didn't have to get into. The condition really is nothing more than a standard condition where we talk about analyzing sewers down to the sewer interceptor. We just got into a little more detail than what we probably needed to get into, but it says the same thing as what any of our standard conditions say.
I guess what I'm seeing here and questioning is this transposition of some of the land use and where the lots go. Is that being driven by proximity to some of the infrastructure utilities like the sewer edged up there against Sierra Canyon? I mean, is that where the sewer lines are?
The sewer interceptor kind of runs along Truckee. The Truckee River is
it's way down.
Yeah, it's a little past West Meadows.
Okay, so they're not sewering off the other side.
No, they're sewering down towards the Truckee River.
Okay, and there was a statement that the code prevents access through Somerset. What is that? Where is that in the documents? It's for emergency only?
The conditions are that there's an emergency-only access. I can only speculate that somewhere in the overlay district document itself, it speaks to not allowing through traffic.
Maybe Ms. Fusk,
Councilwoman
and then I'll
Burgess,
pass
I'm
on
gonna-
my
I'm gonna-
questions, yeah.
Yes, sorry, I'm going to cut you off 3 minutes. You're
If
2
she could
minutes.
just answer that question.
And I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Burgess, but we are 2:15 over, so I'm going to bring it back. Go ahead.
Sure, and Mike was correct. The overlay district specifically calls out that no vehicular access is allowed between this property and Somerset. However, emergency fire access is permitted. It has to be gated.
Okay, so it's an overlay standard.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reese, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Foos, could we stay with the existing zoning, proposed zoning slide? I'm trying to understand fundamentally, because I obviously wasn't here when the settlement agreement was reached that brought us to today. And it's the zoning slide, not this.
And maybe
side by
I have
side.
it on the overhead
Yeah,
if that
there it
helps.
is.
So
Okay.
there you go.
Thank you so much. So as I understand it, the existing zoning, this quote at the bottom, what am I to read from that quote as it relates to the existing zoning standard? Is that this question about gray area, about how the bubbles would move, or?
That is the verbatim language that came from the handbook, so I just wanted to bring that to council's attention. This is the language that was included in that handbook document, again, that expired in 2012 and was not brought forth when the overlay district was created.
Well, in either event, though, whether it was brought forward or not, at some point in time, a settlement was reached in which it was proposed that the areas in the existing zoning, which are yellow, would be ones in which development would occur, and the existing zoning green would not occur. Is that correct?
Correct, and one of the, again, we kind of, as staff and legal counsel, we got together and we talked about what does this mean? What was the intent of this? Because it was written and it wasn't translated over. This is not something that we would typically see in any of our zoning documents, whether it's a PUD or an overlay district. So there's a lot of thought put into this. And because the overlay district calls out standards about when you develop on steep slopes and drainage ways and wetlands areas, we looked at the existing zoning and we looked at those site constraints, meaning all those elements that I just talked about. And we said, it wouldn't have made sense to follow those yellow patterns exactly because it encroaches in a lot of areas that are not ripe for development. So trying to kind of follow that logic and looking at the history of why these boundaries were created more as bubbles and not clearly defined, typically how we define zoning. We do it through a legal description, it goes through a process. These are truly just bubbles that don't really follow site constraints. And so the logic in our mind was that was probably why that language was written in the handbook.
Okay, and where does the number 676 come from? This 676 number has been represented to us as being the number allowed in the Plan Area 1.
Again, as part of that handbook and what was translated over to the current overlay district is this is Planning Area 1 identified within the Mortensen Garson overlay district, and it is defined as only having allowing for 676 residential units. So it is capped at 676 within these two parcels.
But what was the question about a lesser number? I mean, we've heard some comments from the public. There were comments during the Planning Commission. One of the planning commissioners noted this other number. What number is that, and where did that come from?
Back in, I believe, 2017 is what it sounds like. So about 2 years ago, the applicant, who is not the same applicant that is before us today, presented a site plan to the Somerset community, and it showed 470 homes. That site plan was not submitted to the city. It did not come forth as a tentative map. So from our files, we do not have a copy of that as being a submission, but it was presented to the Somerset community as this is what this development could look like.
But this was a different owner, I don't understand. You said different applicant, but Are we talking about different ownership? The project was sold to someone else?
And I will let them speak to that, the applicant speak to that, because again, the city was not involved in that process.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, is he?
I'm sorry to cut you off. I think Councilwoman Jordan has some clarification on that.
Awesome.
Just to answer your question.
And
Go
I would
ahead.
like some clarification on that as well, because I do know, and I think it was mid-2017, I met with what I believe to be the same individuals on this project. It had a different representative. Mr. Wilson wasn't with them at the time, but it was 470 units. And then that was the number that was taken forward to the Sierra Canyon Owners Association and presented to them. So I'm curious as well, who changed other than their lobbyist?
And I will let them answer that question.
Okay. Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Well, no, that was it. Mr. Wilson, if you can come forward, or I'm not sure who wants to speak to it.
Mr. Fred Altman can answer that.
Hi, I'm Fred Altman. I don't live in any of these areas, so do I need to give my address?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. We had an informal presentation to the homeowners in Sierra Canyon back in 2017. I don't remember the exact date. And at that time, we had a map that we were working on that had 470 houses. And that's been very much misconstrued about that's what we were intending to do at that time. That's what we were looking to do. But we had not gotten even close to presenting a map to the city, to the planners or whatever. So this is very, very informal. In 2004 or 5 or so, we had a map that showed 670 approximately houses, and that's when I was one of the owners. That never happened because another person bought the property and then another person bought it after that. So I think in all fairness, and I can understand why they want 470 houses because they don't want 676 houses, and that's very understandable. But there was no serious number. That was just the number we had at that time. So there wasn't any intent to lie to people or give them false information. And there's been a long, long period of time, a progression of mapping this and spending hours and hours and days and a lot of money to get the map where it is today, and it's at 676. And we've been fairly reasonable to make some amends on some of these areas of contention, and so that's, I'll just say this one piece, that's one of the reasons why we asked for a extension on this timing so that we could make some more presentations and satisfy some of these concerns, because we think we can do that. So that's why we wanted to have a continuance.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'm curious if there's anybody here from the Somerset Owners Association. And that's unfortunate because,
Are you?
Somerset Owners Association Board? And the reason I bring that up is because I'd like to know if their determination of the easement approval was at least in contemplation and consideration of 470. Because the timing, and I'll tell you the exact date that it was presented to the Somerset Owners Association, was on September the 28th of 2017, when Mr. Altman made a presentation to the Sierra Canyon Clubhouse showing the project at 470 units, and I believe that was the same presentation that was presented to me. And that's what we all kind of were initially shown. I can certainly say in my 7 years on council, I don't know of that number going that direction. It tends to go the other direction in consult and contemplation with the neighbors and council. It tends to go the other way, and it certainly appears on its face a little bit of a bait and switch. And but I understand maybe it was initial stages, and I respect Mr. Altman very, very much on that subject. And I will say that, so the developers entered into discussions with Sierra Canyon Board of Directors on purchase of the easement necessary for the project. Then in July 8th of 2019, the application was filed for 676 lots. And the board members at that time were not told of any increase in the units. On August 14th of 2019, after the application was filed for 676 units, the Sierra Canyon neighbors had a meeting with Mr. Wilson, Rubicon Design, and I don't believe Mr. Wilson has ever reached out to me on this project to meet. to tell them was not, that wasn't the expectation of the neighbors. What am I getting at? And then I had a meeting. And you can go like this, legal counsel, but I had a meeting with some of the neighbors and the developers to talk about some of these issues that many of us were having. Why did the number change? Why did it go from 470 to 676? The response that I got was because we can. I didn't find that to be in particularly good faith and coordination with anybody, including myself. And I wanted the coordination discussions to continue to see. I always try to get to a place of yes. I know there's going to be development out here. Appropriate development is absolutely going to happen. But there seemed to be some misrepresentations of that. And I didn't like the way in which it seemed like we were in a mode of collaboration, moving in the right direction, and then communication fell off a cliff, and then this number goes high, and all of a sudden you're not wanting to meet with the residents, you're not wanting to, it doesn't seem to be any collaboration. Not until I almost mandate a meeting do we come back together for some level of discussion. It seems to go nowhere. The neighbors want to meet again to see if there's some sort of, something to be reached, and told no, not really particularly interested. It goes to the Planning Commission. I am voicing these frustrations because this project, I have worked on many. This project and the way it has been handled is the poster child of how not to do it. And I will tell you, it went to the Planning Commission. What happened there happened there. There didn't seem to be any sort of collaboration discussions until last week when I was reached out to say, do you want to meet? Well, I'll tell you why I don't want to meet. Because this body has been threatened litigation by by your attorney to multiple people on this dais and to our legal counsel. Once you have said you're going to sue us, I'm not meeting with you anymore. You have decided down a path in which you're going to go. I think I think that was a chosen path that somebody made months ago because the tone changed, the collaboration stopped, and you chose the path. And I'm just saying from a process standpoint, this concept that somehow threatening litigation, beating the table that, we have the right, is not in good faith. I think the neighbors know that there's going to be development. I know there's going to be development. But my goodness, we need to be able to collaborate in some form or fashion. But once you have threatened litigation, you don't get to meet with me anymore.
All right. Thank you for those comments. They're very well taken. Okay, other comments from this body? Councilwoman Dewar.
I just wanted to thank you for that, because that kind of put the project in perspective for me. I was going to ask about cuts and fills and ridge lines, but I've read the staff report, and I think I've heard from the public and the presentation, so I think I understand that pretty well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? I'm going to send it back to Councilwoman Breckus for 3 minutes, and then I'm going to bring it back to our body, and then I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman
Yeah,
Breckus.
I acknowledge what Ms. Jardin's account of her perspective and interaction with this project, but more on the substantive of the kind of what I'm hearing from staff in their recommendation. Where I'm having challenges is this statement that says at the time of tentative map, all this will be worked out. Well, that in my mind does not preclude that there would be zoning changes accommodating and accompanying those tentative maps, just like we have special use permits. So I take another analysis of that. Not only that, when I hear the nonsensical way that why would you have open space, in these broad bubble or SF6 on these broad bubbles, well, I know why. Because I think that's the way it mapped over from the county upon annexation, and that's what our cluster ordinance does. It gives that flexibility of density reduction in hillside slopes. So we'll put an SF6 on an area that may not, under the 30% or more, be developable, but then we'll have the cluster technique to allow that. So to me, I don't then read in with those two provisions that there's an ability to kind of go off or veer off the base zoning. The base zoning is the official zoning map. I think we always have to have in our head that the whole city is covered by an official zoning map with every parcel having one of those, districts. And then, once we do that, look at the overlay. And so that is very clear to me, and that's where I believe the Planning Commission got it right in some of the findings. And then on top of that, because those, that is kind of the basis, I think, for this, where the other findings fall out too. And so like the cuts and fills and the way everything's dealt with, and that's where you get into the overlay provisions. So I think the Planning Commission got it right on that, and then the other findings.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just would like to, for a few moments, just bring up our staff. And I would like to just get this on the record, because it's very, very important to me, to understand there's a special use permit for hillside development. And I just wanted to understand, many comments have been made about the ridgeline, about the grading, 9 stories or 5 stories. Could you just explain our perspective on that and what rules we're working under? Do these hillside development regulations apply across the city, or are they unique to Mortensen-Garson area?
Let me pull up another map. So as part of our review, we looked at the specifics of the overlay district first. I would say that was the first level of review that we did. Ridge lines, for instance. Within the overlay district, it identified, there's a map, and it identifies ridge lines. Those ridge lines are within Planning Area 1, are generally in this area down here. So it does not identify ridge lines anywhere else on Planning Area 1 except for that area.
When you say it doesn't, what is the it that doesn't?
The overlay district.
Okay.
And again, within the overlay district document, there is a map of ridge lines.
Okay.
So we looked at that document as the guiding document to identify where the ridge lines are. It also identifies within that overlay district document how you can or cannot develop on ridge lines. And so it has specific requirements. It does not prohibit development on ridge lines. And so it has specific standards, so we made sure that the site plan incorporated those standards. We did add a separate condition, and that is this area here. This is the area that a lot of the public input commented on. It's not identified, again, as a prominent or significant ridgeline. However, it was not part of the original bubble, and because it had significant impacts on those neighbors, we felt that that was kind of a unique situation where it is I'm going to call it a ridgeline feature.
Okay.
And we didn't feel that this was an area that was appropriate for those 26 homes.
Got it. And then do we have those citywide similar requirements?
We
Whether
do
in our
have-
master plan or old master plan?
Our zoning code does have ridgeline requirements. Again, it doesn't specifically prohibit development on ridgelines.
Right. But it says avoid, I've read portions of
Mhm.
it. Okay, and recognize and preserve and.
Correct.
And I think it does, the reason I'm bringing this issue up is because this is a very seminal issue for, I would say, the look and feel of Reno.
Yeah.
In other parts of the world, they might think that was a perfect place to develop. And then you look at our town, our community, and we treasure these places and that they are a visual resource for all. There are also slope stability questions, and that's why I was asking about the grading as well. I heard that there was a lot of cut and fill. And
Correct.
so I think that's a very important issue as well. So I just want to acknowledge that, and thank you for explaining it. Thank you.
Let me just ask you really quick, was that, and I don't think it was, because I counted 11 lots that Mr. Wilson brought up, and they were in the cul-de-sac, and you said that you were moving them?
So staff's recommended condition of approval was that these 26 lots in this area here all go away and they had the option to relocate them somewhere else on the site. We put a stipulation that they can't be within 400 feet of the Somerset boundary. And the applicant came back and requested to modify that condition so that the homes on the east side of that ridgeline would be removed, and the homes on the west side of that ridgeline would stay.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think from my perspective, having listened to the arguments this evening and the presentations, because I had the privilege of attending some of the Planning Commission, there's a bit of like, in my mind, petty fogging going around. It's like focusing on things that are not necessarily the exact thing on all fours, which is a concern. And so I want to try to just look at the conditions. And so with regard to the tentative map findings, I cannot make findings sufficient for tentative map finding D, which is availability and access of public services, G, which is the effect on existing public streets, J, which is the availability and access of fire protection. With regard to the SUP findings, there are two different categories for me that are concerning. So with regard to the general findings, I cannot make findings sufficient on item C, which is again, sort of overlaps with some of the other ones, but it's adequate services and infrastructure for the project. D, which is the mitigation of traffic impacts. E, which is that the proposed site location is appropriate for the area. I think this is certainly what Councilmember Dewar is talking about when she talks about the visual nature of our bowl. We have some concerns about building along the ridges. And then with regard specifically to the SUP for hillside developments under 18.12, I cannot make findings for A, which has to do with slope degradation, B, which are the grading practices, those cuts and fills, and then E, which is mitigation, again, of visual impacts near prominent ridge lines. And so for me, I'm trying to focus very intensely as a lawyer. That's kind of my nature. And so as a lawyer, for those who are drinking at home, that's where I am with this particular project.
It's kind of an inside joke because there was an email that came in referencing someone has their glass of wine while she watches our council meetings and referred to Councilmember Reese or Vice Mayor Reese, which is kind of funny. So, okay. I'm going to ask one more thing and then I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan. And I would imagine this is why one of our chiefs are here is Trey Palmer. He's like, oh, I knew you were going to call me out, Mayor Sheevy. But you know that public safety is a huge concern of mine, and certainly fire more so. Can you speak to a little bit? We're hearing about some of these response times and different stations, so maybe you can kind of give us some background.
Yeah. So for the record, Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal. Right now, our closest station is going to be Station 11. Not closest by mileage, but closest due to response. And currently, the entrance to this development would be approximately 9 minutes. The second station would be Station 19. Response time from that station would be 9 to 10 minutes. So currently, that is our response time from the two closest stations. And I know there's been talk about the proposed development and response time being too far from that. It's hard for us to use that because there's no station there now. But if that station was in fact in place, that would be well past 6-minute response time as well.
Mm-hmm. Does the county have a station closer?
They do. They just changed their station numbers. I believe it's Station 40 on West 4th Street, and that is much closer. The response time to the entrance of the development would be approximately 4 to 5 minutes from that station.
This is where I get super frustrated. This is where politics comes in, and it makes no sense to me that we would be required to go out when we provide a longer response time when the county is closer. I just want to put that on the record because that makes me crazy, absolutely crazy. That is not the best safety and service for our citizens. I want everyone to know that. Everyone in the region should know this, that we build fire stations on top of fire stations looking at their fire stations and vice versa. I mean, everyone should be up in arms in that. I'm sorry, it's not you, it's just I get
No,
very,
I perfectly
this
understand.
is something that makes me crazy because it is a waste of taxpayer dollars, but first and foremost, it is so unsafe for our residents that I think it's criminal. It is criminal.
Madam Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
That was one of the recommendations from our recent CPSM study, was to explore the option of automatic aid agreements. And I know we're having a special meeting coming up to talk about fire, and I think that that would be a great topic to discuss, whether or not we could engage with Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District in one of these agreements in order to do exactly what you've said and provide a more efficient service to our citizens.
I mean, honestly, if your house is burning down, do you guys care who provides you service? You don't care, am I right? You don't care. Thank you, I appreciate that. This one is really hard for me because this comes down to politics and a lot of BS. So I just want this on the record. It's wrong, 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 and I would ask all of you to write your county commissioners, write your council members, and please stand up for this. Because again, if it's your home burning down and your loved ones in that house, you would be devastated, devastated. So thank you. I think you've said enough, and you've done a wonderful job, Mr. Palmer.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that being said, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Darden. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. I did want to give a couple of shout outs. First off, to the public. I know this crowd well. I think I know you all maybe by first name.
We all do.
Yeah, and I appreciate all of your efforts and your time. I do believe you have been largely very respectful. You've been very up on the issues. I thought the presentations today were very well thought out, and I appreciate that. I think that makes our process a little bit easier, and when everybody can kind of understand collectively that there will be some development out here, and it's the way in which we go about it. And I think my comments earlier I get passionate about because I've seen projects that we've worked in a way that was much more productive, and it was in a way when the developer and the representatives went into this crowd. And even though you're not going to win everybody over, at least you're providing information that leaves everybody with a deeper level of understanding of what it is you're doing, what you're not doing. Because I got some emails that I will say from the Del Webb folks where they were genuinely scared, and a lot of it wasn't correct information. And that means that someone's not doing a good job of getting the correct information out. And that only happens through meeting, lots of meetings, but they're worth it. They're worth it to your neighbors. They're worth it to the project. And so that's just commentary on that. I will now get back to the findings and the issues that I am most concerned with as I make my motion here today. And these are some additional findings in addition to the ones that the Planning Commission ruled on that conflict with the site design. I cannot make finding E of the tentative match, which is the conformity with the zoning ordinances, master plan, and elements thereof, except that if any existing zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the master plan, the zoning ordinance takes precedent. I also cannot make finding E of the special use permit, the proposed site location and scale, intensity, density, height, layout, setbacks, and architectural and overall design of the development and the use proposed isn't appropriate to the area in which it's located. And the special use permits for hillside developments, I cannot make finding B, D, or E. Item B is that the proposed project utilizes grading practices that are, in my opinion, not appropriate for the hillsides and designed to minimize the visibility of unsightly scarring. Item D, the proposed project does not adhere, in my opinion, to the applicable hillside development design standards. And item E, finding E, the proposed project site layout and design feature don't adequately mitigate potential visual impacts. In addition, special use permit for slopes of over 20 feet or greater, I cannot make finding A, that the slopes can be treated in a manner which does not create a negative visual impact. So, Madam Mayor, with that, I am prepared, in addition to those findings that I cannot make, to move to affirm the Planning Commission's denial of the tentative map and special use permit. My motion is based on the Planning Commission's inability to make findings B, C, D, E, H, and J for the tentative map, finding C for the special use permit, as well as finding, D and E, which I covered. Also, they could not make findings A and C for the special use permit for the hillside development. So, Madam Mayor, with that, based on the evidence in the record, I conclude that the proposed site design and structure locations fail to adequately mitigate negative impacts on significant ridgelines. Accordingly, in addition to the Planning Commission findings, I am unable to find the proposed project conforms with the zoning ordinance and master plan.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are transitioning to general public comment. I would like to note at this time on the record, we received online public comment from 2 persons requesting that there would be pre-screening at the homeless shelter. With that, Madam Mayor, it appears that Gideon Kaplowitz would like to speak, and he will be filling out a form when he's done.
Madam Mayor, just for clarification to the audience, because it went woefully silent, we upheld the Planning Commission's denial.
On behalf of everybody who's here, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All right, do you have any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
I believe Gideon Kaplowitz would no longer like to speak based off of him removing himself from the dais. Therefore, Madam Mayor, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn the Reno City Council.
Okay, I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good night, everyone. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, you're adjourned.